the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
We're starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Chess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair. Intuition Builder. All this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi everybody, welcome to the 5th round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, the tournament that will determine at least one of the participants in the next World Championship match. What a round we have today. We have Nakamura Nepomniachtchi, Caruana Rapport, Rajabov Ding, and Ali Reza versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Here to make sense of it all are Grandmaster David Howell and the legend, the greatest female player ever, Judit Polgar. Judit, what are you looking forward today?
Hi, I'd like to welcome all our viewers. I guess everybody's following quite deeply the candidates tournament. Well, we are having a great menu for today, I think, again. First of all, I'm very curious how Rapport will be dealing against Fabiano with the black pieces. I think that depends very much on the opening. But, well, Nakamura Nepo, I can say, maybe that's my favorite game for today.
I to disagree with that one. David, your pick as well?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I'm fascinated to see whether Alireza Firouzja, for example, can bounce back from yesterday's really tough defeat. I'm interested to see whether Ding can start motoring. He's still stuck in second gear at the moment, but yeah, every matchup is interesting, and I have a feeling we will see some long games today.
Can't wait. What I was surprised by is that Alireza has a 4-0 lead against Duda, and that's not out of many games, but it's out of 5 games. So he has 4.5 out of 5. He's gotta be even more aggressive than before, now that he's sitting on -1. But Duda's pretty strong. Alireza, if he's slightly tilted, I don't know. This one, I think, will be very excited. Nakamura, if he beats Nepomniachtchi, he catches him in the standings, would be right up there, back with the leaders. Oof. It's gonna be a good day. There are some rumors we'll get company later on. A certain Norwegian world champion might be joining the show, but you never know. He's like Gandalf. He comes at exactly the right time. No idea when that is.
Yeah, I must admit, I was playing sport with Magnus earlier today, and he didn't mention it, so it might be a nice surprise if he does pop along.
We'll find out. Let's do very quick predictions before they kick off. Karana Rapport, who you got?
Black wins.
So loyal, Judit. I'll go for a white win in this one, Caruana.
Okay. Draw is left. I'll take the draw. Rajabov Ding.
Oh, I'll go draw this time. Rajabov too solid.
Ding wins.
I'm taking the draw as well. Rajabov with white. Alireza Duda.
I'll go for Alireza just because he's 4-0 up and seems to have Duda's ticket.
Well, okay, I also take Alireza, but it's more for a wish than I would be sure of. That I take Alireza.
Okay.
And you?
Oof. I'm a bit tempted to say 0-1 if Alireza overpresses, but it's very hard to argue with the four wins. So I'll join and say 1-0 as well. That leaves us with Nakamura Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, this one is probably the hardest to call, but I'll say Nakamura just because I think it might be his time to strike. And he looks sharp. I keep watching his post-game analysis and he looks full of energy.
Well, I go for Nepo. Sorry.
All the black wins today, Judith.
He's very sharp. I mean,
Yes.
his games are extremely sharp and he can handle surprises pretty well.
I'll go for draw now that Nepomniachtchi has +2. I think he'll switch, or maybe not switch, but stick to his World Championship prep, play some nice Petrov, know the details, and make a draw. But
You're very realistic with your picks. I must.
we shall see. We shall see.
Well, it's not normal that I pick for decisive game.
You're going all out with 3 black victories today.
Yeah.
That would be exciting.
Though
Yeah, we
nowadays
see that
everything is possible.
Sure.
I mean, it can easily be that the white side is pushing it and then something wrong happens.
And Nepomniachtchi just arrived, looking ready, looking sharp. How about opening predictions? Sharp ones all round or some quieter games today?
I'm expecting a quiet opening in Nakamura Nepomniachtchi, but I would expect Hikaru, he doesn't need to win out of the opening. If he gets a playable position, he will try to keep it going. And we've seen how sharp he is calculating later on in the game. I think a quieter there. Duda, I'm curious if he's going to stick to the Najdorf, which he played earlier. Then, of course, the board will be on fire. I don't know what line. Or if he plays something more solid. Rajabov Ding, I'm expecting solidity. I think it would be early for Ding to start playing the King's Indian or the Benoni. And Fabi Rapport, I have no idea. Judith has the best read on Richie. What do you expect?
Well, with him, you never know, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I just wish that he's going to be handling the opening, that he's not going to get a hard time already in move 10, as he did in round 1, let's say.
Yeah. Opening wise, that's pretty much the toughest pairing in world chess, right? Black against Caruana. I've been there a few times and I get hit in the opening every time. But Rapport, yeah, I mean, he could spring this first surprise maybe.
So far, he's had trouble for sure in round 1. Also against Ding, he reached a position that was played before in the Champions Chess Tour, and Ding just played the computer move Bishop G5 and it was plus 150. So he has looked vulnerable. Let's see what Fabi has.
Well, we have on board Rajabov against Ding Liren.
Yeah. D4, I guess, was predictable, and
Catalan is also not far from Rajabov style.
2 Petrovs. Finally, the Petrov has entered the building. No more of these sharp Sicilians. Good old Petrov is back in both Nakamura Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Duda. Looks like the player said, okay, sharp openings with black haven't really worked. Let's switch it up.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Rapport to make his first move, I think. So could see 3 Petrovs, potentially.
But there
we C5. I like that he always seems to decide his first move over the board. E4 by Caruana. What could we do? Sicilian maybe.
But you know who was doing this time to time? Ivanchuk, for example. I think he was thinking like 20 minutes or something before the game. I mean, not before the game, but after the first move. Or when he was playing with white, and then he was thinking like sometime. So sometimes there are strange things happen.
I remember seeing lots of grandmasters do this when I was young, and I thought it would be cool to copy. The first time I think I ever played Nepomniachtchi, I spent 15 minutes on the first move, and he got flustered. I managed to win out of the opening. So, yeah, mind games maybe.
I was going to say, David, you really don't have any time to waste on the chess block. Apparently, it looked like it worked out.
I started young with the time trouble. That's right.
So we have the Paulsen, or so-called Taimanov, if you wish to say. So how it will work out this time for Richie?
No bishop f4 on move 5 this time.
Not bishop f4, knight c3, the classical.
On a break. He will go queen c7. Fabi will do something aggressive like g4.
Bishop. Not bishop e3, bishop e3.
Maybe bishop e3 first. I think bishop e3 is still fashionable. And then after a6, you decide. No, I mean queen c7, bishop e3, a6. Between what aggressive line you want, queen d2, queen f3, or g4. G4 in any position has become very fashionable here.
Well, g4 was played also by Shirov.
He was ahead of his times.
Okay, so a6 actually, not queen c7.
That's slightly interesting, because a6 allows these lines with knight takes c6, which most black players want to avoid.
Yeah. Movsesian's the only grandmaster I remember that plays a6 regularly in that position.
Fabi, when he had this maybe still tournament of his life in St. Louis 2014, wow, it's 8 years ago, where he started with 7 out of 7. He won a very nice game in this line against Topalov. So he's definitely no stranger to the structure. I'm curious to see what he does. You can still play g4, surely, but...
Well, you can play g4, you can play bishop e3, right?
Yeah. What's black's next move if white just plays bishop e3, for example? Is there any difference to these queen c7 lines?
I don't know. Some people like to play d6 here.
You can also go knight f6, no?
Yeah.
You can try. But I was playing mainly the queen c7 lines. And I did already instead of a6.
Yeah. That's what most people favor, because it's so much better against knight takes c6, and you want to go queen c7 anyway. But Fabi, taking his time.
Yes, because he could not be prepared completely. I mean, against Rapport, probably it's one of the most difficult person to prepare against.
Yeah.
In some way, because he can do anything.
But then again, Rapport played this this line in round 1, and okay, maybe he was expecting queen c7 rather than a6, but Fabi's He checks everything.
He's
Usually.
diligent. Are you in the mood for some Petrovs?
Yeah, let's
Always.
see what's going on in Alireza's game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Okay, so it's the one of the main lines, right? D6, knight f3, knight a4, d4.
This is a line that Duda's been playing for a long, long time with bishop f5.
I'm slightly curious. I mean, Duda, he's been playing this line before, but Nepomniachtchi, he also went for the bishop e7, knight c6, which he hasn't played. Because on this position, the trendy move is bishop to d6, which is also what Nepomniachtchi played in the World Championship match, where play gets very concrete, very move by move. But if Black knows everything, as far as I know, he does equalize as you'd expect to. And yeah, there's a ton of lines, c6, and then any move, rook e1, knight c3, queen c2, whatever. But
sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, are we allowed to ask if this is one of your kind of areas of expertise from the World Championship match? Was this something that you were analyzing, or was it a group effort?
What a provocative question.
No, obviously I've seen some files, but also obviously to anybody who's watched the last two World Championship matches, because Fabi also played the Petrov against Magnus, you can tell that the Petrov has not been fully refuted. What I can say is that I'm mildly surprised by these bishop f5, bishop e7 lines, because here after castles, White can just play these knight bd2 positions. I guess you do it immediately or after rook e1. And in general, it seemed like it's just some mild pressure for White. Let's say castles, knight bd2. And if Black takes, then queen takes, or knight d6, then knight f1. Yeah, it's similar.
Well, you can also maybe take and have the bishop there.
Yeah, maybe that's possible. Let's see. That's the Petrov expert I am. I'm screwing up the move order instantly. But generally,
knight d6.
All these slow positions, yeah, with knight f1 or whatever, I thought were a little more pleasant for White to play. It's somewhat similar to these rook e1 Berlins. But if you push the button, it's not like Black equalizes by a few precise moves. It's just his pieces are slightly worse, and he's in for a long, mild suffering session, I thought. But apparently, Duda doesn't mind too much.
Well, I think you have to be in the mood. If your mindset is that you don't mind to make a draw, which is probably in Duda's case, he just wants to be extremely solid and provoking Alireza, because obviously for Alireza, losing yesterday game, the way he lost it, and now he plays with the white pieces, he definitely wants to give all in, I think. So it's quite a logical, psychological decision to play the Petrov today for Duda.
Yeah, I'll be interested in what Ferja has in mind, because I mean, last year at the Grand Swiss when he qualified, I played him in the penultimate round and I was Black, and I was very tempted to play this line just because I have no other openings essentially. And I kind of chickened out because he did a few different things against the Petrov, and I wasn't 100% sure I could get this position. And as Jan says, even if you get this line with knight d6, knight f5, it's a lot of suffering. You have to know your move orders. You have to know exactly when to play certain moves. Yeah, I'm expecting rook e1, knight d2, but c4 is also a move, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Knight c3 is a move. A few options.
So many lines. I do agree that Alireza's probably annoyed. He wanted to see the board burn, play some sharp knight off or whatever, and now not sure he's in the mood to grind these. Okay, symmetrical pawn structure, but my pieces are slightly better positions. What can you do? Yeah. Let's look at Hikaru against Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, they play the classical way after, and this line, the classical knight c6. How many games I played this with White? Even with Black, I played a few. Knight b4, bishop e2, castle.
You probably had a few games here against Kramnik and Gelfand, right, Judit?
I had some games, yeah, against Gelfand, I remember. Karpov also, quite a few playing knight c3.
Yeah, this line has almost disappeared over the last couple of years, so it's very interesting to see Nepomniachtchi bringing it back, because if they played these bishop e7 plans, normally it was without an early knight c6 and with bishop f5 and then these knight d6 ideas. So I'm very curious how this is going to go. c4, as mentioned, it's not the only approach. White also has these knight b2 lines, which I think most people favor.
Yeah, even knight c3, I think. I mean,
Also
basically
very much
everybody
more.
tries everything in these positions. No, knight c3, knight d2, rook e1. I mean, you want to deviate in different positions when you play. When I was this e4 player myself, of course, there were a period of time when everybody was playing Petrov, Gelfand, Kramnik, I think Karyakin. I mean, all these guys were playing just simply Petrov and going on to your nerves until they found the Berlin. And then they were alternating between Petrov, symmetrical pawn structure, and the Berlin wall. Thanks to Kramnik winning his match against Kasparov. After that, everybody. And they completely started to play it with a different mindset.
What a time to be a 1e4 player, right? That's banging the head against those walls for years.
Yeah, and interesting that there are some systems and lines which determine the life, at least for a moment or for a period of time, that system. For example, when Kramnik started to play 9b4 in the King's Indian main line, there also, basically he killed it. And then other people, of course, started to play b4 as well. And even Kasparov started to be more hesitant whether to play this King's Indian, because b4 was something he was very not happy about.
In general, we talk about how much opening theory has changed over the last, let's say, 2-3 years. But it's amazing that everybody plays what Kramnik was doing 20 years ago. No? All his systems are still all the rage. You see the Catalan is being played today, the Petrov is being played today, everybody plays the Berlin. In the King's Indian, no one touches anymore because of his 9b4, among other things. What a giant of opening theory he has been.
Even AlphaZero, left to its own devices, decided that the Berlin was Black's best opening against d4. Yeah, what a man. Okay, in the current position, I guess normally is knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3 is the main move, and after that, bishop f5, the main one, I think.
Yeah.
Some people play bishop e6.
Bishop e6, knight e5 was a big debate when this.
But you know, even
started.
c5, I think, is a move.
Here, I'm not sure.
No,
I recall.
Played against me.
Maybe.
I mean, it's not the best move, but it's an option.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f5 is the main move, I think.
Yeah. Some people start playing b6 here as well. There were all kinds of debates over the years.
Exactly.
But I think bishop f5 is still the main line.
And played it a lot.
Yeah. Also featured in the Leko Kramnik match that was played, no?
Yeah, after bishop f5, a3.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Take.
Bishop f5, a3, takes, knight c6.
It's normally like rook e1, rook e8, and then white has a whole bunch of moves, right? That's all I remember.
Yeah, bishop f4, cd.
h3, bishop e3, bishop f4. I mean, anything you come up with. Knight d2, I think somebody tried.
Sure, Vichy tried every legal move here over the years. Rook a2, I think he's played.
Yeah, rook a2 also. Yes, because it's so interesting that generally, I mean, you're playing, let's say if you can go bishop f1, and then you would be able to regroup your rook to e2 and control the e-file, then you gain advantage, right? In some ways, if you take and can have a good format of pushing your pawns and defending it somehow properly, you can also get a little advantage, but somehow you're not in time with exactly the things you want. And bishop on f5 stands extremely well because you don't have rook b1. This is the main importance of the bishop f5, because in these games, it's possible to play rook b1, rook b5. That's what I did when I think Karpov played somehow with bishop e6 against me. it's not that I gained a huge advantage. It's just another option to think of to play rook b1 sometimes.
Yeah, this pawn structure that arises, it's basically the Scotch 4 knights with colors reversed. And yeah, I just never really got when to push the central pawns with white, when not to push them. It's so difficult.
Bishop f4 is also possible. That's one of the main moves also, I think. Takes and bishop d6.
Yeah, this is actually the trendy line, right? And in this position,
the big debate is, yeah, this stuff, bishop f4, takes, bishop d6, exactly. And now takes on e8 and knight g5 and some long forcing lines, but I'm sure they figured it all out by now.
Yeah, the problem is it's all theory. There are games on everything.
Like knight g5, bishop g6, bishop, yeah, in that position.
Sorry.
In the position you just had, yeah. I think this is still the debate. Bishop g6 takes on d6, cd, h4, and they try to...
h4, of course, in every position. If it's e4, d4, c4, knight f3, eventually you play h4. But it goes all the way. It's a forced drawing line, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure how drawn, but yeah, this continues forever. Like queen e7 is a good move here for some reason.
Yeah.
Then
well,
queen
it's
g4. Yeah. Queen g4, h6, h5, and goes on. Instead of h5, they also tried knight h3. Like everything has been played here, but yeah, I think black is supposed to hold.
Is it a bit strange that Nakamura is thinking in the current position, though?
Well, he was not expecting this line, I think. It's an old system with black.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange. I mean, Jan's played this setup, no, with knight c6, bishop b7?
No. He's been a bishop d6 guy. I think you expect bishop d6 from him.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, and how did it go in my preparation time? You're preparing against the bishop e7 system, the bishop d6 system. And then let's say against bishop d6, you know that that's a bigger chance that it's going to be on the board. And then you're thinking, what am I going to be playing? How can I get the advantage? I don't know what to do. Well, if he goes bishop e7, I know I'm going to be playing knight c3 or something. I figure out. I'm not afraid of that one.
I have to take everything back. David was right as usual. Jan did play this in Bucharest against Fabi, which is his last classical tournament. There he switched to this knight c6, bishop e7. That makes it more strange if Hikaru would look surprised here.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that game, yeah. And I mean, it seems strange not to cover all the bases at least. But okay, he started to speed up and play some moves. We're heading down this main line.
Yeah, but on the other hand, also, maybe he's thinking that what is he going to be playing here? What choice he's making after knight c6? Is he going to play h3 or rook e1? So if he's thinking there and fleshing out here the next moves, it's a better deal than to start thinking here before rook e1.
That's true. And rook e1 has been played, so.
And he likes that kind of thing, that he's calculating some moves and then he's just fleshing it out to annoy the opponent.
He's going to tell all his viewers afterwards, Hikaru. Yeah. He's like, yeah, I've calculated the next 25 moves from here. Just had a small think and then worked out the rest of the game. Yeah. Okay.
The danger is, though, we might not get a game, no? Like if Hikaru is even mildly surprised by this, and if he goes for one of the main lines, Jan will just show his homework. And we've seen in the World Championship match, especially in the first Petrov game, where we tried some sort of idea, some knight h4 in some position, where there was a bit of hope they could catch Nepomniachtchi off guard, but he just knew everything. So I think his preparation is quite diligent there.
Well, he has very strong seconds also and experts, right? Motilev is one of the seconds, and then Potkin is also a great theoretician expert.
For sure. Vityugov, he has good people.
Yeah, Leko, yeah, everyone.
At some point, how many experts do you need, right? Because you can only look at that much information before a game or before a tournament anyway. So it's always tricky, like what the team size should be and how many files and how many different lines you want to have. That'd look good for him.
Probably, I think, for example, in Nepo's case, it's important for him to get a feeling and understand the other players. Just what is your feeling about it? You like the position or you don't? because there are quite a few situations in the Petrov, especially when you don't really have an advantage with white or something. It's just you say, well, it's unpleasant to play with black, let's say. And these things, I think it's very important, for example, for Jan to get this feedback, probably even from 3, 4, 5 different people. I think also Karyakin was someone who was helping him out in some period. And he's also not a bad expert in the Petrov.
No, he even flew in at the toughest moment of the match all the way from Moscow to give some advice.
Though maybe it was not the best idea.
We were contemplating if we had to send Laurent Fressinet to Dubai to counter, but we restrained ourselves. Fabi's played g4 in the meantime, if we're getting bored of Petrovs. Fabi means business.
He is very aggressive. After a6, he went g4, knight g7. Yeah, it's interesting. For a long time, people did not believe in g4 because people thought that it's only a reasonable move and sensible move once the knight is out on f6, so the pawn will be pushing away the knight. But then Shirov brought this in. I had this game against him. This was still Queen d2 he was playing, and also against Kasparov. Of course, that was heavily in last century, I must say.
So in this exact position you had it. Okay.
If I remember well, yeah.
And how did the game proceed?
Not Queen d2, sorry. It was not Queen d2. He went f4. I went bishop b7, and it was what was it? Somehow knight b3 and queen f3. This was my famous game against Shirov in Buenos Aires.
Oh yeah, that's the one with g5 and the queen sacrifice later on, right? That was beautiful.
Yeah. Somehow he went
fork,
somehow he goes bishop to queen f3, and I went g5.
This does look like Shirov with all those pawns already up there.
Oh yeah, he was the player like Rajabov, you know. He thought of one game. That's how I could make a great preparation against him in that event in Buenos Aires. That it was a free day before that, and I was looking the games, and I see that he played this position. I think it was something like this here: knight a5 and queen f3 or something. And yeah, and somehow I knew that he had a good game against Kasparov, and I knew exactly it's 100% that he's going to be playing exactly the same thing against me. So
yeah, I guess conventional wisdom in these types of positions when black puts a knight on e7 is to move the d4 knight, right? So
here I played
e3 would make sense,
isn't it? Maybe Jan can check it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to check. I don't find the game. Maybe it was a different order. I'm working on it.
Giving a pawn for the e5 square, and
no, because somehow the queen was on f3, so I could play knight e5 with the tempo. You know, so maybe it was with d6. Maybe somehow I had, maybe it was queen f3, d6, and knight b3, g5. I think it should be something like this.
So you gain time against the queen, and b4 is coming, rook c8 is coming.
Yeah, and then I played b4, and I played h5, and I played all kind of. He went king, queen, g2. This is the move. This is how it was, I think.
Wow, h5.
Yeah, that was, or instead of b4, I played immediately h5.
Okay, just for some more
So
squares.
it was a good prep for me, and then I went knight f5.
Oof.
I think it was something like this. Yeah, it was this, and after bishop f2, I went b4, he went knight e2, and I went queen g5.
Some powerful play. Oh, every move.
And I remember, and then
the next move was nice too. Knight a5, knight e3.
Yeah, but after knight e5, you know, we were playing in a big hall in Buenos Aires with full of people watching. Chess is very fashionable, and people like to play chess. And then there's a long corridor, like in Linares, also on the side you can walk. So Shirov plays knight a5, and then he goes away to the bathroom or something. And then I played, like, my heart was beating faster when I found this move, the knight e3.
Wow.
And then I see that Shirov comes back to the hall and is looking the demo board somehow. That what is going on? What does this? And then it was a bad story, because after this it's already material loss.
That's beautiful. We should show the checkmate, maybe. Just,
yeah.
Just what a position.
Double knight, yeah. This was one of the best novelty I ever developed, I think. This G5. Yeah, because instead of G5, Gary played knight A5. So now I remember, yeah. Gary played knight A5. That's how it was a few months before their game. And then I figured out this G5 and G5, H5. This I was very proud of. No, sorry.
And this was the days before computers, right? So you figured it out.
There was some computer, but you know, looking back, you can imagine what kind of engines we had in '94. How trustworthy computer.
It takes an hour just to load up the broadband internet. Yeah. Wow.
Okay. I'm in a nostalgic feeling, so that's why I showed you this game.
Maybe Report was going through your games, got inspired, and decided to.
But I think Queen F3 they don't play anymore in that position.
That's slightly different because he hasn't played D6 yet. I'm curious what Fabi will do.
Well, another question is if knight b3 is the right move immediately to go away, or he can go without moving away with the knight and maybe just Queen F3. Or he wants to go a more positional way, kind of, to play bishop g2 and short castle.
Very positional.
I don't know. All I know was what David said, that after knight g7, you're supposed to move the knight away now, so knight b3 looks very logical.
Especially when the bishop gets to b7, then there's some knight c5 jumps.
But even here, instead of f4 in the position on the board, you see them play h4 randomly too now, if you get the chance to do so. I think anything could happen.
h4 just to stop Judit's g5 from coming.
Yeah, and to stop knight g6 if anyone wants to go there.
In which position you mean h4?
Right now, there are games like, or yeah, not that many games in this very position. Knight b3 has been played, some queen d2. It's a fresh position.
After queen d2, knight d4, I guess. That's why white is not sure whether to play queen d2 so fast.
Yeah, I think queen d2 is probably a mistake because you want to be able to take on d4 in one go if you...
And go with my knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Fabi looking for a useful waiting move at the moment.
But the good news for Richard is he's confused Fabi. No, Fabi's not blitzing out his first 20 moves. He is taking time.
Yeah, this is very surprising, actually.
Yeah, even for Fabi, it's hard to predict a6, knight g7.
Meanwhile, actually, Hikaru did play this rook a2 idea that we mentioned earlier in that Petrov. Rook a2.
Yeah.
Why not swing it across?
Yeah, in the long run, it's the idea to one day with the knight to double on the e file.
You know who the strongest player is that played rook a2 in this very position?
Yeah, and then you're looking, d takes c4 also. I don't know if it's here that they take on c4 and knight a5 or something. I know that is some material loss, or what? Is it a blunder or no? Knight a5.
Maybe some bishop f7 and rook e5.
Yeah, that was, I was wondering.
Bishop e6.
Rook e2.
Rook e2, bishop c4.
I don't know.
Or bishop b3. It's very sharp.
I don't know. It doesn't look good for black.
Who was the strongest player to play it, Jan? Was it Anand you mentioned?
No, it was Hikaru Nakamura in 2016. He really is loyal to his openings, even rook a2. He stays faithful to.
Maybe he was slightly surprised then and decided to go back to an old favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, trick question there with the trivia. Oof, should have guessed. And yeah, I mean, black, I guess, can look for other waiting moves.
Knight a5 was played here
Knight
directly.
A5.
This is Hikaru's game against Akobian. Looks very logical as well.
5, or he took on d5?
Took on d5, queen takes, and rook b2. Now c6 was played there. I guess you could also go a6, also has some games.
It does feel a bit shaky for black temporarily with everything on the 5th rank.
But what is white doing here with the a3 pawn?
Games went knight e5 or queen a4. It's still some old battles here. Kazimchanov, Gelfand, and so on. They did try all this stuff in the old days.
Nothing new here.
We also have some moves between Alireza and Duda. We haven't checked this one. Knight d6 happened, what we were talking about. Knight f1, c6. Some maneuvering is going on. Knight a6.
I mean, this looks very standard. It's really surprising that Alireza is thinking. The knight's coming around. I think bishop f4 is a move here. I think there are others.
Well, knight c7, isn't it?
Yeah, knight c7. And
though this can be very unpleasant for black also. I mean, once you go knight e5, rook e2, rook e1, it can be torturing.
You know who the strongest player is who played knight a6 in that position?
Definitely Duda.
Correct.
I'm learning.
Idani versus Duda 2021. At this position, white played bishop d2, which might not be the most challenging. There's also a game. It's actually not true. Anish played this. Anish is higher rated than Duda at the time. There's a game Aronian Anish where rook e2 was played here.
Yeah, I remember Dominguez winning. Dominguez won a nice game in this a while ago. But yeah, meanwhile, a guest.
A guest.
Very special one.
Who could it be?
Are you going to reveal, Jan?
Oh, I was trying to figure out myself. It looks like we are being joined by a fantasy football expert to take the mood a bit away from chess. No, the world champion is here, Magnus Carlsen. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Hi, Magnus.
Hey.
Magnus, have you followed the candidates?
Yes, of course. I was pretty busy yesterday, so I couldn't watch much then, but otherwise I've been definitely following the games.
First impressions, winner and losers, who surprised you?
I mean, frankly, I don't think anybody's played particularly well so far. There have been, I would say, a surprising amount of interesting games. Like normally there's going to be a bit more sort of non-games than there have been, but there have been, I think, only one actual non-game played so far. But yeah, obviously Jan is leading, and he's done well, but I think he's gotten a couple of pretty nice nice gifts that he's obviously taken, but still a bit better than you can expect. And I think it's easy to forget that he was probably lost against Fabi in the final position. So but still, I guess, yeah, he's the one who's stood out so far.
The final position against Fabi, there's rook takes b2 move, yeah, like Fabi could have played.
Yeah, I'm not really into the details, but apparently, like, computers were showing a pretty high evaluation on large depth.
Yeah, we can put on the board in round 2. It was where Fabi took some
Do you
time.
think Fabiano is regretting that, and he was affected by that he was not playing on with Rook B2 here?
Yeah, I think it was just a poor decision, to be honest. I mean, the black position is pretty safe. You go A3.
5, yeah.
Yeah, there are several moves there. I think. And I mean, to me, the black position looked pretty safe, to be honest. And I don't think making it to move 40 with, what did he have, like 7-8 minutes? I don't think that would have been a major issue. It's understandable, of course, that Fabi made a draw, considering that he'd won the first game and a draw was a good result. But I think overall it was a poor decision. But yeah, otherwise he's been good. Fabi's been fairly solid as well.
What are your thoughts on Ali Reza so far?
I have to say I was pretty optimistic about his chances before yesterday, because I thought, yeah, he survived his first couple of black games. That was kind of his baptism of fire. Like he really withstood some serious punches in those games as well. Then against Igaro, I think he did fine. Like maybe he could have put even more pressure, but he came up with a good idea, and Igaro had to find a bunch of only moves to hold. So I think that the tournament was heading in a positive direction, and then yesterday was just a really risky opening choice. Like clearly you have to know the line better than he did to play it, and especially against somebody like Jan, who's like a fish in water in those lines. And it's fairly typical though that you come up with something that is risky, as black has, I guess, some upside, and you know that you can hold in the computer approved lines, but it feels like it's so easy just to run into some common sense approach that it turns out, oh, you're not actually better even if white does just this, and it's always harder to play with black with this king if you don't know exactly what to do. So it was a very risky choice and it didn't pay off. And now obviously he's not in a great spot. He's made huge comebacks before, so it's not like he isn't capable, but it's gonna be tough.
Yeah. Today, do you think he's disappointed that he was probably looking for blood and he has to play this dry Petrov?
It's a pretty natural choice though for Duda. I mean, he's played this line so many times. And unless Alireza thought that Duda saw him as a target after the game yesterday, I think this line would have had to be expected. Of course, Duda plays some Najdorfs and such as well, but I don't think this is surprising at all.
Like to C7 on the
I
board.
played B3 against Duda, no? Or was that, I think, maybe, I don't think in this position, but maybe on the move before or something.
Let me check.
B3?
Yeah, and you had some chances, right? And that was in the Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah.
Months ago.
I was much better, and then I went one poor move, and I had nothing.
Are you surprised by Firouzja's time usage throughout the tournament? Because it feels with no increment. I mean, I'm not one to talk, but it feels like his time usage is just showing nerves or showing.
I don't know, but
overthinking.
let's say yesterday his position just sucked, no? So, I think it's just the way he plays. Obviously, it's not ideal, but I think to some extent he spends his time well. Like he can calculate really deeply, and I'm not sure. He does these things even when he plays well. So whether it's nerves, I mean, that dude is always nervous, regardless of the situation. So, yeah, obviously he's nervous, but I'm not sure I can see in his play that he's been a lot more nervous than usual here. I don't know.
Have you been surprised by any other things, any other results, games, performances so far?
Well, I guess you wouldn't have guessed that both Report and Duda would have 4 draws so far. They would have 4 draws, no? I'm not completely off there.
I think you're right, yeah.
But though the games have been interesting, I think for both of them it's been a fine start results wise, even though the play has been uneven. Otherwise, in terms of surprises, Ding has been a negative surprise. I don't think he's looked good at all so far, but there's a long way to go, and at the very least his play is kind of normalized a bit over the last couple of games. And his last move was interesting when he went c5. I'm kind of thinking he wants to go a3 bishop a5, because I actually had this in Blitz against him in the World Blitz in 2017, some very similar position as Black, and I took on d2, but I didn't really equalize. And the tension with the pin on the h1 a8 diagonal always seems a bit unpleasant for Black. CD you go ed, and I think in this, unless you can exchange light square bishops, then these hanging pawn structures that you could potentially get are always a bit better for white.
Bishop a8 here, you can't get rid of them quickly?
No, I think you just go knight f3, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
I mean, even if you exchange like rook e1, dc, and then bc, white is probably not bishop d7, c3. Oh, that actually works. Bishop c3 and bishop d4. So you go bishop a8. You go bishop a8 here. Rook a8, bc, and then you're a bit.
No, after rook e1, dc, bishop a8.
Yeah. Bishop a8, and there's no c3 because of bishop c3 and bishop e4. So rook a8 and then bc, and you kind of threatening d5, or also going knight f1 to e3 and so on. So it's better for white. Yeah. So I'm assuming he wants to go bishop a5.
Is Black not a bit stuck after bishop a5?
But you can always take on d2 later.
So just waiting, playing rook fd8, and
yeah, I would slightly prefer white anyway.
What are your thoughts on Nakamura's tournament so far?
No, he's played very well after the first game, I think. The first game was horrible, but after that he's been pretty impressive, and his defense of these double black games, that's been pretty good. And yeah, he won the game that he needed to against Rajavo, so he's really growing into form in this tournament, and now he's managed to spring, I think, a pretty major surprise on the Pomnish, and got him out of his prep, as far as I can see.
He's following his own game. He played Rook A2 back in 2016 against Akobian, but yeah, Jan started taking time.
Yeah, it's surprising to see this line at all, because this is the old line that nobody plays anymore, which is, I think, yeah, it's for a variety of reasons. To be honest, playing this old line of the Petrov never seemed to be very practical for black. Like, it holds, but there are so many lines you have to remember, and none of them are very pleasant either. So it's a bit weird. Why Rajabov took on d5 though, I don't get it all. Unless there's a concrete reason, then seems stupid.
Bishop takes, blitzed out by Ding. What's his point?
Does he want to play knight? Oh, knight c4.
Knight c4?
No. CD a3. There's just bishop takes c4 there, I guess.
Or yeah, or bishop c3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe he wants knight d4 now, and claim to have some sort of. Yeah, maybe. I mean, knight c4 has got to be his idea. That's the only move that makes sense. I have the feeling that b5 should equalize here as well. So c4 is maybe a bit too much. Not sure though.
Looks nice, doesn't it?
Could be.
Taking over with black.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks great. So if not this, then what else? Just looks like a great opening for black at the moment.
Also, it's a position Ding needs when he's trying to mix it up, because he desperately needs to win a game.
Oh, yeah.
C4, at least some tension.
And meanwhile, I'm going to pop out and take a break. I've got a pigeon problem on my balcony that needs sorting, and my landlord's coming over in a few minutes. So I'm going to leave you guys to it, and I'll be back a bit later.
Careful with these pigeons. Thanks so much, David.
Cheers, guys.
Magnus, do you have thoughts on the big dress code controversy? Nakamura was wearing jeans the other day. FIDE wasn't happy with it. He wasn't happy with FIDE not being happy. Do you follow that?
No, I haven't followed that. Should I?
I don't know. What's your take on dress codes in general?
Generally, I'm usually fine with wearing a suit, as long as, or at least, a jacket. As long as the venue is properly ventilated, then that should be fine. I mean, I'm finding it hard to care too much. You guys have any serious opinions?
Well, I remember when it was Kasparov who really much pushed it. I think that the player should be wearing a suit, not tie though. but suit back in the late 90s, I think. That was kind of a turning point in elite tournaments, that they started to establish this kind of rule in the PCA events, rapid events, that we have to show up very properly dressed. And but of course, many things are so different from old days, right? I mean, I remember when I was a teenager, we didn't have press conferences after the games. People just, I remember when Anand and Kramnik made a very quick draw in this Vienna variation, and then they just left, and the media and the press was complaining, but at least if they make a draw, we want to have a few words. Why did they do that? I mean, nowadays there are so many things different, right? Well, of course, Magnus is very young, so I'm not sure you remember those days when we didn't have press conferences after the game.
Thank you for calling me young. That's the first time in a bit. Yeah,
no, I shouldn't call myself. I call myself old, so I have to call you definitely young.
Yeah, for sure. No, what I would say though is that the tie bit, I always have that in my contracts, that I don't have to wear a tie, because I feel suffocated when I have to wear those. But I mean, I don't generally mind if there's a bit of a dress code. I think people should show some respect to the event and not turn up too shabbily for the most part. But somebody wants to wear, for instance, jeans with a decent jacket, I don't think that should be a problem at all. Like a jacket, even with sneakers, can look good. So I think like having the dress code as only suits may be a bit stiff at times, but I don't have any strong opinions. And
I'm so happy you brought up the sneakers, because that's my biggest project. White sneakers have to be allowed. They're much more comfortable. They look good with a suit or with jeans and a jacket, and they don't make this annoying noise if players are walking around on stage. So I'm pro dress code, but jeans and white sneakers, if they're like clean white sneakers, I think should definitely be included.
But yeah, it's a good look in general. I would say. The only thing for me is that I think really for the first, not for the first time, but for the first time in a while, I've actually found some nice like proper shoes that I can wear, and they don't hurt at all when I walk. I can walk for hours during the game, and they're actually very, very good. So for me personally, I don't miss the sneakers when I play these days.
Still be allowed.
But yeah, I agree. White sneakers with a jacket, that's just the classic look that should be allowed.
There we go.
Okay, this is a nice final touch on the topic, I think. Great conclusions, right? What do you think about Fabi's Fabi Rapport game, the opening of it?
It's very interesting. So I guess this A6 line for a long time used to be considered, if not second rate, then not a great line. But I think people are sort of holding these positions now in the main lines after
knight takes c6.
After knight c6, and then either queen d3 or queen d3 immediately even, but or the old main lines with bishop d3. And so people have started playing other things. I mean, Jan played a bunch of a6 last year in online events. I started adopting it a little bit as well. And I guess it's telling that Fabi went for g4 here. meaning that people are not finding too much in the knight c6 lines now.
Do you think that that's the idea behind his g4, that he is not satisfied that it's not enough after knight c6, or he has a mindset where he's looking always to sharpen the game with both colors?
Yeah, I guess it could be a bit of both. He knows after g4 he's gonna get a game, so yeah, he doesn't really care if he's not in prep. He just wants to sharpen it, and if anybody is okay with that, it has to be Rapport, no?
What do you think, who is the best prepared in opening preparation out of the 8 players?
I would say it's probably Fabi. He has more ideas in general, surprising ideas that the engines don't necessarily come up with. So I mean, he did have a bunch of surprising ideas a couple or even 3 years ago, but then when they were rechecked, it turned out they were all Vila's first line. So then I guess in retrospect they weren't surprising at all. But he keeps finding ideas here that computers are not showing. So that's been impressive. I think it's clearly him who's the best prepared here.
Do you like his g5 knight g4 stuff against Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, I do, because it's so outrageous that people wouldn't look at it. Like there are a million other problems you would check in the Italian as white before that, and having actually prepared that and being into the details is such an advantage that I love the fact that he went for it, even though it may not objectively be good. I don't think he's gonna essay this a second time, but yeah, the fact that he had the guts to go for such an outrageous line, I think it's awesome, and it's probably a decent EV move as well.
Yeah, he said it was borderline losing himself, but he clearly had prepared it very, very deeply. So
yeah, but that means, like, if it's borderline losing, that's probably also on very, very high depth.
Might also be code for draw, but scary, no? Like, who knows?
Yeah, could be. Also, it could mean, I mean, somebody could have looked at knight g4, but then maybe not a high depth, so they might have some wrong conclusions. So he could even hope that his opponents had some but insufficient knowledge. So yeah, I think it was a good choice.
Shall we go back to Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi? Hikaru now after bishop f8, which deviated from his game against Akobian, where knight a5 was played, is in deep thought as well. What should white be doing here?
Nobody ever plays bishop f8 in these positions.
There are like 3 games, but not by known players. Yeah, knight a5 was by far the main move there.
Yeah, knight a5 is the logical. What do you even do after knight a5?
CD, queen d5, rook b2 were games, and then it becomes weird, like c6, knight e5, bishop a, or queen a4, queen d8, knight e5, and like all kinds of strange stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is weird. I mean, first of all, you could go bishop g5 with the tempo, but not sure we really want that.
That pawn will be kind of loose at some point. I'm not playing it.
But let's assume you go CD and then. Okay, bishop g5 probably. It's probably worse than g5 than c1. So it's fine.
What about going c4?
Yeah. So where do you go? Probably
a5.
a5. You're running into bishop d2.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen d7. I don't know, d5. Knight e5, knight d4. Bishop c4.
Can knight with d3 be a move?
Yeah, it's probably very I don't know, it's a strange position. Oh, I was thinking knight f5, but you just take back. I was thinking knight c1 and then knight h6.
I thought knight e1.
Yeah, but then knight e3 now.
Okay.
But just queen f5 is completely fine.
Very fine.
Yeah. Okay, so it's hard to see what is immediately wrong with queen d7. Sorry, bishop f8.
Yeah, bishop f4 was played by in two of the games, but
takes.
Then no, they played knight a5. I don't know, takes might be possible as well. This is just games, might be correspondence stuff. And yeah, they ended in draws, so apparently there's no way to punish it directly.
So bishop f8 has been played in correspondence?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, let me check. Yeah, email 2018 and email 2016. So it's not all the range, but there are two correspondence games. Yeah, bishop f4, knight a5 was played in both and draw.
Okay, and it's probably holding. Yeah, maybe Jan knew. Maybe Jan actually knew that bishop f8 was the move, but he just couldn't remember why. And then so he was looking for something else.
They played knight a5, cd, queen d5, rook b2, and then one game was c6 and one game was c5, both drawn.
No.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's not knight a5 you can do anytime. For now, it's he wants to exchange the rook, right? Take on c4, take on e1, queen d7.
Yeah, mainly, yeah, this is true, and I also he wants his bishop not to hang on e7.
Well, bishop e3 is possible. If I want to avoid the exchange of rooks.
But then knight a5 again. I can't imagine that the bishop is better on e3 than on f4, no?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if knight d2 kind of thing can happen. Probably takes on bishop e6.
Yeah, as long as you can exchange the two things, then that should be more than fine.
What about rook b2?
That's interesting. So in case of bishop a3, bishop c1, knight a5, there's rook b5. Yeah,
I wanted to go rook b5 immediately. Can I do that?
Oh, like that. This should be fine for black, no?
Yeah, bishop e4. If after bishop a3 takes.
Yeah, Takes knight a5. And rook b5, there's c6. So I guess rook b5 is the best try instead of rook takes b7.
Rook
but
c5 looks ugly, isn't it? Knight b3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to imagine that black has serious issues here. Rook d5. I don't know. Queen f6. Should be four. Yeah, should be fine.
Yeah.
Nakamura in deep thought. Maybe the problem is she did know what he was doing there. Still with bishop f8 seems like no immediate problem.
Yeah.
What game do you want to see in the Rajabov game?
Really, I'm a bit curious about the Duda. No, sorry, Firusia Duda game. Because this is again very similar to my game against Jan-Krzysztof, and he's clearly still in prep. But is this where I blundered?
He's still following his own game against Idani there. Instead of bishop f6, he played queen d7. The position with bishop f6 I don't have, but your game was very similar. No, probably just a different move order.
He went here, queen d7.
Instead of bishop f6 in his last game in this position. Yeah, don't ask me why.
That's
It
just
looks strange.
Into knight e5.
I agree.
Yeah, this looks very strange.
Bishop f6 is a more logical one.
And against Magnus by transposition, he went bishop f8. I think it's the same position still.
By bishop f8.
And then you went bishop d2, so it was very similar, but the bishop was on f8. I can say it there. It was b3, c4 before bishop d2, and then bishop f8, bishop d2.
Anyway, in my game, he got some trick with knight e4. So here, I think the same trick would kind of work for black. Let's say c5, he would go knight e4. And if you take everything,
compensation, right?
No, you take everything knight e6.
Knight e6.
Yeah.
After this, you can take with the pin.
So, you don't go c5, but you take on e8.
But isn't
first.
this a little worse if I go rook d1, knight d4, bishop c3?
Yeah, I guess so.
Queen e7?
Queen e7. Queen e7 is nice. It's still a bit worse. You take that.
Which one you take on e7? Yeah.
Or you take on d. No, yeah, you take on d4 probably.
Takes.
Yeah, rook e7. Actually, I think knight f3 and queen e7 was just a draw.
And after taking on f6?
Yeah, just gf.
You go gf. Is this really something nowadays people like?
I mean, rook
d8.
Rook d8.
Queen g3, rook d6. No big deal.
You go to f8, obviously.
Sorry. Okay.
I think you just take it. And I mean, you have to seriously calculate queen e5 as well. I mean, check and queen e5.
Queen d3.
No, check and queen e5.
Ah, sorry. That's tricky.
Okay, I don't know about this for sure. But I thought it would be desirable for white to go c5. Maybe I don't understand these positions completely, but at least in my game, like I could get this bind with c5 and just have a very nice advantage. And with the bishop on f6, I'm not sure the bishop is so great there because it can be chased with knight h5 at some point. So c5, and if knight e4 is not equalizing on the spot, I'm not sure I like Black's chances.
Well, there is no other way for the knight anyway, right? After c5.
Yeah, that's true.
That's clear that knight e4 is the only one.
Alireza just played rook 81.
Yeah, he doesn't want to risk. He doesn't want to risk allowing a short draw. But what I was going to say is that rook e8 was also an option.
What does Black take?
Queen take, you kind of get what you want.
And then
rook e1, yeah.
Yeah, but then which knight do you take back?
Probably D.
But somehow it looks nice for white. First of all, c5 you can go. Or
yeah, c5, 96. Get some quick counterplay maybe. You get g6 to prevent knight jumps.
yeah, if you get g6, knight g7 and stuff, then it can be okay.
Yeah, maybe knight d8 is actually a nice setup. So later you can go knight e6, knight c7 maybe. The knight on e8 also protects the bishop on f6. So maybe the Alireza did well just to keep the tension instead.
Also looks like you finally got Duda out of book. Duda now in deep thought there after rook 81. Maybe was hoping for the c5 knight e4 business.
What if black goes, I just go completely strange and I go b5?
Yeah, it's just a good strategical idea, no? Yeah, I don't see a problem. Maybe I guess you have to go c5.
Well,
other moves would just completely give up any hopes.
I mean, once I have my two knights there, I'm gonna be happy, I think.
Oh, you're going to be very happy. So we take an e8. And now we have a couple of moves to consider. So there's bishop g5, there's knight h5.
Well, I'm also thinking of kind of knight b2 someday.
Yeah, I didn't see that. So what do you do as white? Do you take on b5 instead then?
That's what I thought that you might take. And then probably I should be playing something like this. And then I have my knight on d5. But at least on b5. Sorry?
Why not cb5?
d5.
Okay. That's so bad.
d5, take an e1.
Takes knight c4.
Yeah.
I was thinking even about bishop takes. Probably after that you go a5, right? But I tend to think that this d5 pawn should be a strong one, not a weak one.
But you were a Grunfeld player, like that pawn.
Maybe bishop e1, and after that I go a5, bishop c3.
Yeah, or knight h5.
Or knight h5.
Yeah, it's not clear. It's not clear. The white pieces are pretty nicely centralized, but
The question
feel
is,
that black should be fine.
if I go knight b5, how is that?
I feel like that's usually slightly better for white. Take e8, then knight e4. Or knight h5.
Yeah, it's somehow more pleasant, I guess.
Yeah.
I need you to explain Fabi's last move to me, if it's not a board malfunction.
Oh,
which
wow.
I guess it isn't. He just played rook to f1.
Well, he wanted to make space for his bishop.
There you have it.
Can we zoom in? Let's just.
Well, if this is not a computer move, nothing, guys.
That was just a normal move. Now you prepare bishop h1 after knight h4.
Yeah, but usually they don't, well.
We spent 45 minutes. It's unlikely he's still in prep, no?
No, but I mean the idea itself, right? Probably he's seen it somewhere else, that rook f1, and then people can think about it. Oh, he forgot to pick the king first.
Looks like someone who plays online for the first time and tries to move the rook first, and then is surprised the king can't jump over.
No, but this is just prophylaxis. I mean,
he just wants to stop knight h4, yeah, and the rook on g1 wasn't better.
He wants to go f4, f5 one day, I guess.
Yeah, this is more ambitious. And you want to, yeah, you want to go f4 and you want to protect the f4 square just in case. I don't know. I'm generally, I feel a little bit biased towards white in these positions, but I quite like his position.
Actually, I like it very much that he has a pawn on b3, so after knight e5, there is no knight c4.
Yeah, knight b3 is a puzzling move. I think Richard played it pretty quickly, so...
The exchange.
Yeah, but it was a bit weird. I mean, I suppose he wanted to go bishop b7 without running into knight c5. But it was a bit surprising.
Rook f1.
What should he do now? Bishop e7 or bishop b4? Where do you put the bishop?
I wouldn't mind going to b4.
I was worried about queen d4, but I'm not sure
is
if
the
it does
question.
anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
we
mean,
go bishop e7.
Bishop e7, castles. I'm not sure I like this for black at all. d7 is hanging?
Oops.
I kind of think you have to go e5 at some point as black. But
Maybe I don't go bishop e7. I go rook c8, let's say.
yeah, castles.
And bishop b4, you still want to go queen d4, right?
Yeah. I don't think you can drum up an attack here as black.
Actually, at some point, maybe I can go, well, I'm thinking about e5.
Yeah, I think you might have to.
I go bishop c5.
I go bishop c5. Okay.
That's what I do. Take it.
So you are running into takes a
Queen
d4.
d4. But there.
Maybe there is something there.
Check.
Check
F4
f4.
and d7 is hanging. Oh my.
Yeah.
So I cannot do anything because of this queen d4 kind of move.
Maybe a queen c7 though.
And takes b4.
Takes b4.
But what the heck is that? Let's say.
Yeah, it's very strange. King b1. I don't know. Rook e2. Rook c1. There's queen e5. Even queen f4. Yeah.
Queen e5 is nice already.
Yeah.
But somehow probably doesn't.
Let's go back. Let's maybe go f4 instead for white.
Well, that's the classical way of doing it. e5.
Oh, e5 could just be very strong.
Yeah, because you have this knight e4.
Knight e4 coming. So maybe you have to go e5 as black instead of queen c7. Now it can get very sharp. After f5, knight f4, it takes.
I knew it that you want to take that.
Yeah, takes queen d4.
Queen c7 and queen e5.
Yeah, but you have b. Oh, you don't have b4. There's rook e5. But you. Even such a position, no? After takes on g7 and you exchange. There's some kind of play with b4.
Well, here I shouldn't be bad.
Yeah, you should be fine with black. This is not impressive. Okay, so yeah, bishop c5 has to be black's idea. Maybe white should go f4
immediately.
Yeah.
But then e5 will be not possible. So then I take and queen c7. I think I can be holding on now.
Yeah, and then you go
E5,
castles.
finally,
castles and e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad for black. Okay,
Let's-
so this is the way you have to play.
Let's do a very quick tour through the games in Rajabov Ding. Some further
Duda, by the way,
simplifications.
took on e5, took an e1 before he went for b5, which might be kind of clever since you're attacking d4 with more
Yes.
pieces after knight b5.
So after CB, knight b5, maybe.
Oh, wait a sec. There's still knight e4.
Knight d4 isn't the d4 pawn is hanging.
No. Bishop d4, there's a4. And knight f2 protects the queen on d3.
Yeah. And
so that's kind of nice for.
and after knight other b5, which is not what I want to, but
Yeah, that's not what you want. a4.
knight go back.
And then knight e5. It's better for white.
Yeah, but if CB, then I'm also not happy, I think.
But then d5, knight c4 might drop the pawn. Unless there are some tactics there. Can you see some tactics? I don't see it.
Everything becomes concrete in chess eventually.
It does.
Oh, maybe anyway, knight e5 should be the move.
Then you take it, no? Take it and knight c4 next. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe you should go knight h5.
Knight d5.
Knight d5. Maybe now knight e5.
But what is this if, let's say, I just go g6?
Queen f3.
Oh, I'm falling apart there.
I'm not sure you're falling apart, but it's a bit unpleasant.
d5. Well, it seems like a little more than a little unpleasant.
Maybe it could be a 98.
cb5 is on the board. Of course.
Yeah. This looks like another aggressive position, to be honest.
And if I go g6?
Yeah, we have to take. Takes. And now can we play something, some energetic move? This is the question.
Rook e5.
And he has gone CB, so
CB.
I mean, there are the obvious moves like h4.
What
E5
else?
allowed to play bishop c3.
I would go queen f5. Sorry?
No, I said instead of h4, maybe d5 also to go bishop c3.
Yeah, d5, queen f5. That's what I was thinking about at first. Is there some energetic way you can play here? But I'm not sure.
Maybe rook e5 can be.
Yeah, knight c4 though. Rook c5, but you take on d2. That's too little.
Yeah, and bishop g5 I can't include.
No.
It doesn't look awful for black.
Yeah, but your king is permanently weak.
That's true.
So even something like h4, if queen f5, you go queen c3, knight c4, bishop h6.
So what are you cooking?
You have some really pretty knights, but your king is seriously weakened.
Okay, after that, I go queen h5, bishop g5.
Yeah, queen h5, even queen c1, maybe.
But is it a big deal? I mean, knight d6, queen d5.
No, it's clearly not a big deal at all. But the question is if it's still a bit more pleasant for white to play.
So the question is if it's a small deal.
Yeah, I think it clearly doesn't have a big advantage here. I'm trying to claim that he has something to play for.
You know, Rapport played a very strange move to me. Very strange move. Look, bishop c6.
What is strange about it? He just wants castles a5 and checkmate.
I understand, but well, first of all, maybe after a5 there is still few moves in between, right?
For sure.
Interesting prophylactical idea. Kind of funny.
So how does this go? White plays f4, you go a4?
Yeah, let's say f4, a4, maybe immediately e5.
Yeah, that was I was also wondering. I mean, black is playing like double or nothing.
That's the way
they should introduce that in chess. Backgammon rules. Bishop c6 double.
I quite like it. No bullshit figures.
So how does this go? AB3, can you do that?
AB3, CB.
CB.
Queen c8, maybe.
King b1.
King b1. Yeah. Bishop
b4.
Bishop b4. But if
Nice.
Black can survive a few moves, it's just winning, yeah?
No, but I have a question. What about, I cannot go f4 immediately because you go queen h4 check, or what? After bishop c6.
Yeah, that would be the hope.
So maybe it's time to play. Bishop c6. What a move.
Yeah, what a move. Maybe castling is too dangerous.
Yeah,
And
but you can't go king g1.
No, but he does have an open a file.
But how can you use that? That's
no, but the modern move would just be to go king d1. Prepare f4.
That would be too much for me, sorry.
And the king on c1 might not be that bad.
I mean, I understand that chess is changing very fast, and we were discussing this in previous days with Jan, that even in the last 2 years, there are different trends and the way people play opening. But king d1, I think I'm not ready yet. But maybe only because I'm a little bit old-fashioned.
Yeah,
it is hard to believe, isn't it?
After king d1, I tend to think that we try to get a kind of position of a Fischer random.
What's wrong with that? Or no castling chess? In no castling chess, you would go king d1 for sure.
That's true.
I like this bishop c6 moves. Also covering d7.
No, it's very interesting. I mean,
yeah.
that white cannot go, or after castle a5, it makes it very interesting.
Yeah.
Castle's a5, maybe you go knight d5.
What about I go, you know what I go? I go queen e2. I go queen e2.
But that blunders an exchange.
Why?
b4 and bishop b5.
Oh.
The sole disadvantage of putting the rook on f4.
That to be one drawback.
How multifunctional bishop c6 is, it's even prophylactic against queen.
I know.
And queen d3 and castle. Wow.
By the way, Alireza went for a really interesting move with bishop a5.
Oh, he pinned. If knight c4, what does he want?
I think he wants takes and bishop
Takes.
h5. Sorry, queen.
Knight h5.
Knight h5.
Yeah.
Little aggressive.
That's the way we like it.
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting idea to go for that. Okay, so queen d6, if I just act if nothing serious going on, queen f5.
Yeah, there's queen f5, then I suppose a6. I think very concretely, maybe also a4 instead of queen f5 is interesting. And what do you know? He has gone knight c4, so we're getting all of this, I think, on the board. Maybe not a4, but the position after queen d6 probably. What do you think about the position? Let's say white goes for a random move instead of knight f5. Let's say g3.
But I can play g6 black here.
No. I just wanted to show the position after queen d5.
Ah, okay.
Something like that. How bad is that for black? I'm thinking if white gets to push d5, it might be very bad. But with this blockade, knight h4, knight d6, might not be terrible. I'm thinking that's something at least to keep in mind.
Yeah.
In other lines.
We have a bunch of moves in Nakamura versus Nick Pomnishi. Shall we switch there for a second? after bishop to f8. He took on d5, queen takes d5, c4, queen e4. This is like these old Leko-Kramnik lines, but there's a rook on a2, so there's no queen c2.
But probably we are
bishop e3.
transposing also, no? Bishop e3? Or on bishop f1, queen b1, or what is the plan?
Yeah, I think so. Rook b2,
be, yeah.
queen a1.
Where else? Obviously.
No
And
one puts the
and
queen
take
into a corner.
But why is it so great?
No, I don't think it's great. But maybe it correctly works.
But also if white just, even if this does work, if white just goes bishop e3, aren't his pieces strange? Because you don't have the usual stuff there.
When?
I mean, instead of bishop f1, like maybe this is better. I'm just curious what
You're very
he wants to
classical.
do.
You're not this modern player who likes queen on a1 and messy. Just
No, because I recall this Leko-Kramnik game where the big revelation was this move queen to c2, I think with the bishop on e7 and the rook on a1, solving all the problems. And before that, they put the bishop on f6. Well, here the bishop is on f8 and none of these things work. So I don't really understand what he wants.
Okay, rook d8.
Fair enough. Maybe now bishop f1 or h3 first. Maybe h3.
Okay, let's just play h6.
Queen e6.
Asking for d5.
But I mean, he went to e4 voluntarily, so
yeah.
Could have just have done something normal instead.
And where do you want to go with the queen?
No, I don't particularly like this. Let's say no, but let's just say h6 after h3.
Queen c1 is a move, for example. Then rook d8.
Also just
maybe bishop f1.
Just bishop f1. Am I? Yeah. Where do you go? Queen looks so stupid there.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Hikaru's thinking about it.
Yeah, this looks odd. Maybe he wants. No, knight a5 runs into knight e5. So maybe rook d8 and then. But rook d8, maybe bishop f1 immediately is very strong. Oh,
Yeah,
there's bishop g4.
I was worried about bishop g4. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's bishop g4. Okay, h3, maybe now knight a5. This is my idea.
And bishop f1, you want queen c6? So what's
Yeah. So maybe instead of bishop f1, you go queen a4, b6, and then knight e5. This may be just fine for black after c5. Oh, I'm blundering bishop d3.
Bishop d3 from this side.
I was thinking about g4, bishop f3, but I wasn't quite.
So maybe a knight e5, queen h4 is what you have to do. This is in a weird way starting to look harmonic for black. Knight f3, queen e4 would be a fun way to end the game. the dream of any decent Petrov player.
Knight a5, you said?
Yeah.
Hikaru in deep thought, still hasn't played bishop e3 or bishop f1.
Yeah, but it makes perfect sense. This could be already kind of a key point in the game. So, assuming he's going to have about 40 minutes after this, he should be fine.
Still has 51. He looks very interested. And the opponent she's played quickly, but it's hard to believe this is not him freestyling. No, this combination of bishop f8 and queen e4 doesn't look like this is home cooking.
No, for sure. What do you guys think about the no increment at the candidates?
I'm a big fan. I've always argued that we should have at least 2 time controls, because the exact amount of time that you get with a 1 hour 40 plus 30 seconds increment, just you're not forced to use 30 seconds per move. And as a spectator, commentator, of course, it's also exciting if someone wants to be responsible and have 5 seconds for 5 moves. It's great fun. I also like that you do get increment after move 60, so you don't see flagging in some rook endgame, which we don't want. So I've always been a big fan.
Yeah, I think I agree with this, with everything. I very much like that they've changed it. The 140 plus 30 plus 50 is, it's interesting, but it's so I don't know what the expression is in English, but in Norwegian you say that they're putting pillows under our arms. They don't want us to they're making everything too easy, you know?
Yeah.
And it's not supposed to be easy. Like you're supposed not to be punished for bad time management, because the time control is supposed to make it easy, and it's going to take away one of the main sources of excitement in a classical chess game. No, I think putting some more demands on the player in that sense is not only fine, I think it's completely justified, and that's the way it should be. And I agree with you, having increment at the end, not to have flagging and all that stuff, that's fine. But I mean, especially with the kind of prep people have today, 2 hours for 40 is plenty. So I think complaining about that, as some of the players have, is a bit, it's just bullshit to me.
No, I think it's a valid complaint that time control changes every tournament, but this is the right one. So if you want to play with a long time control, I much prefer this one. Or if you want to have it shorter, make it 2 hours 40 and then whatever.
But don't
50 minutes plus increment for the rest. So
yeah, I think the one we have at Norway Chess is very interesting as well, because obviously the play in the end game is going to be worse. But there are a lot of instances where you play a really good defense. The player who plays to win puts a lot of pressure, and then at the end, yeah, can you do it for a little time, or can you spend your time well enough that you have a little bit left? I don't think you should shy away from giving these challenges to players.
But
as a player, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Don't you think that if we think about the bonus time after move 61, that it's only not to flag the other, then 30 seconds maybe is too much? It could be like 15 or 10. Because I think in endgames, many times, I mean, obviously everybody's like that they make a rule for something and actually they benefit somewhere else, the players, right? So you can see in some games that people add up all these 30 seconds, they make moves back and forth in a queen endgame or rook endgame or whatever. So they increase their time from, let's say, 1 minute to 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and then they start thinking.
Yeah, that was the thinking of Gary when he tried to introduce the delay instead of
the Bronstein.
Yeah, which is also, it's really difficult to play with delay, but as I said, like time control being difficult to play with doesn't mean that it's a bad idea. So I'm not against that either, for sure. But I do think it's fine at the end of the classical game if people have 50 minutes on their at the last time control, if they can gain a little bit time. I think that's quite reasonable, but yeah, I don't hate it either way. The only time control that I, as I said, that I find a bit boring is the 140 plus 50 and so on.
Also takes away one of the biggest advantage of the guys that are practical and smart with their time. No one can get themselves into too much trouble. So yeah, I wanted to ask, as a player with the time control in Norway chess, where it's what 10 seconds per move after move 40, do you feel that's okay, or would you like to have like a short break? You get whatever, half an hour extra, so you can go to the bathroom, wash your face, whatever people do after move 40.
No, I think it's good. I think it serves its purpose of not having people lose some time and just putting pressure. And also it's partly for TV that you're making sure that the game is not going to last more than about 4.5 to 5 hours. So if you start the game at 5, you know, it's everything's going to be finished at 10 or a little bit later with the Armageddon games. So I'm fine. I'm fine with that, and I'm sure most spectators, at least casual ones, enjoy it as well. And there's a lot of freedom as well when you only have the 10 seconds, because you don't have to write the moves. So you just know whenever you go under 5 minutes in the first time control, then you're sort of home free. Then you could just play it as a blitz game, which is fun. It's stressful, but it's interesting and fun.
Bishop F1 played by Nakamura, so we might get these Queen B1, Queen A1 positions.
Yeah, we will. I don't think.
Oh no, he played Queen G4. He played Queen G4. No, very quickly too.
Oh,
where's he going actually? Like,
oh, so he's going back to E4.
H3. What does he do? He takes in Queen E4.
Yeah, but then there's still Rook E2 and
Queen of the squares. Then he goes to B1.
Yeah, that doesn't look great. I mean, he could go to G6, but that's just a clean bishop pair for white.
Well, you can start with D5 also.
Yes.
Where to go with the knight?
Yeah, where to go with the knight, exactly.
Good point. A5 is not available. Looks terrible, doesn't it?
No, this can't be. No,
so
then without taking.
So then at least you have knight A5.
Yeah.
But even here, knight H4, it's so nice, no? Takes. I don't know.
How was knight H4, bishop C2? Probably a bit sucky in many ways.
Yeah, but maybe anyway, white is going to be taking this first. No?
Yeah, I don't know, but this bishop C2, I mean, it's just a bad position. I don't think it loses material, but it's a bad position in many ways.
You just take everything, or what do you do?
I mean, for instance, rook E8. rook e8, and then rook e8, rook f8. Rook a8, I don't think you should do. Queen b1. But rook f8, knight g6, bishop e3. It's just very nice.
h3 played very quickly by Nakamura.
Yeah.
And is Nepomniachtchi in trouble?
Well, he's getting back to his true self in his last few moves, playing poor moves quickly.
I see the engine bar below the board there. I don't know exactly what it means, but there's a lot of white as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of whites.
Yeah. Should mean that he is in big trouble. If Nakamura wins this game, he catches Jan Nepomniachtchi, and standings are wide open again.
Yeah, for sure. So the only other the only other option would be queen e4, rook e2, queen b1.
Let's look at that.
Then d5. No, that's horrible.
Looks extremely dangerous for black.
Yeah,
At
it
a5,
just looks bad. Yeah, I guess you can try that, but how about you take on a5 and c7?
Bishop d3, rook e1, yes.
Knight e5 is a huge threat.
So Jan Nepomniachtchi, deep trouble. Looks slightly concerned too. Do you think, or you spend a lot of time playing Jan Nepomniachtchi, can you read his facial expressions well?
I guess a bit, but I try not to get into that game too much.
Right. As a body language doctor, and as having seen it's +2 for white, I think he looks concerned.
Okay, yeah, that explains it. So
the scientific explanation.
Yeah, but this stuff didn't make any sense.
He also played it very, very quickly. Yeah, that's good.
But
Fabius played g5 in the meantime. Sorry. Go ahead.
Was queen b1 losing instead of queen g4?
Let me switch on good old computer and ask. c4, queen e4, bishop f1, first line, h3, second line, bishop f1, queen b1. No, like
yeah, queen b1 was probably holding. No,
gives rook e8, rook e8, rook b2, queen a1,
yeah,
rook b7, bishop e4. Okay, you can read yourself.
Yeah.
And 040 or whatever. Rook c7, bishop d6.
Yeah, this whole thing is just bizarre, especially because there looked like there was no reason why queen d7 after c4 was not a decent choice.
Which point?
Yeah,
instead of queen e4,
here.
yeah, queen d7. It says just zeros. Even queen d6, it doesn't mind.
I mean, to be fair, queen d7 is an extremely unnatural move compared to the very, very natural queen e4.
Is this? I can't tell if this is sarcasm or irony.
What's the thing you do? Slash S?
You gotta say kappa.
Oh, that's what you do.
Yeah, this was a very unexpected choice by Jan. And maybe in the picture we also see that.
let's say if he can calculate his way out of this somehow. And what did I say? Icarus was going to have about 40 minutes, so he has 43, he has a little bit more. So that bodes well for him as well. 40 minutes for about 20 moves in a very good position. Sounds, I mean, I'm not sure he's going to have a really difficult decision for the rest of the game, the way it's going. So
Fabi looked very interested there.
It just looks beautiful.
Whoa.
Okay.
By the way, the line I was talking about with Bishop C2, that's obviously nonsense because of Queen D2. So
go,
even
Queen
that
G6.
way, yeah, Queen G6, Knight H4, and
Bishop C2.
So even that way of trying to bail out into worse ending is just nonsense.
Yeah, okay. But
That's Queen F6.
Queen F6, yeah.
Queen F6. This is the way I have to play. But it's really ugly.
But maybe it's not so bad.
No, if you can just cut your losses somehow.
No, but I have the computer now after H3 Queen G6, it just says D5 is huge for white as well.
Well, this is more. You have Queen A4. You cannot.
So yeah, I cannot go Knight A5.
You can't go Knight A5, and it says takes and Knight E7, G4, Bishop C8.
No, then D5, of course. Yeah. Then of course D5. If you have to go Knight E7, oh my. G4 is the best.
But that takes on E1 and then Knight E7, and then it wanted G4, but I'm not sure it's not forced. Black has to go Bishop C8, which doesn't look very promising.
No, what a opening disaster for Jan. And it's very strange, yeah. I mean, Nikar just played the same sideline as he played 6 years ago, and Jan decided to make a few very natural moves and good moves, and then decided that, yeah, fuck this solid Petrov position. I'm gonna get my queen chased around the half the board instead.
That is shocking. Fabi's played G5. That just to stop Queen H4, or what does he want?
Yeah, this is what I thought it was kind of the only move. We improve the position.
He can decide whether to go King D1 or pass off later.
Very flexible.
Also, he can go F4, King F2.
Well, he wants to go F4 next, right?
Yeah. Yeah, clearly.
So the question is whether for black. H6, what do you think? Is it too much?
I'll be right back.
H6 takes. Rook H6 is too much, no?
Well, I was solid with this and Bishop G7, I thought.
I think it's too weakening. F4 comes after castles.
Now you castle?
Yeah.
And after A5?
Yeah, but now you weaken your position so much. Thinking F4 still. F4, A4, there's F5. This could still be fine for black. I don't know. But I don't like H6. I want to try and find another move. But what?
Oh, maybe at some point E5 would be the move.
Yeah. What do you think about f5?
Sorry?
F5? That's a bit too much, no?
Well, at first, but nowadays anything is possible.
Yeah. GF.
I understood.
Takes, castles. Yeah, it's a bit too much. It's just too big.
Why? Bishop b4?
Bishop b, yeah, bishop b4, then f4. Even this is fine, yeah, castles. Why is it a big deal? Looks like careful back. So Duda Fiducia is also interesting because I think now Duda either he has to sacrifice a pawn or he has to accept the double pawns on f6. Let's say white takes and then goes queen b3 or queen b1. No, take a b5. I mean.
And how do you win the pawn?
Take on b5.
And you go immediately?
Queen b3, yeah.
And why can't I go to b8, for example?
Yeah. Well, knight f6, you have to
b5.
go gf, yeah.
No, but then it, of course, it doesn't make any sense to go to b8 because after this here.
Yeah. So queen d5 is
d5.
normal, yeah. Takes.
Can't you go knight
Oh,
c6?
knight c3. Oh, there's even this. This I missed. So what is he supposed to do? Queen d7? Takes knight h4. Maybe it's not so dangerous. Rook e8, start trading. Oh, this is maybe just fine. So knight h4 is maybe a strange.
Early.
move. Too early, yeah.
Though anyway, rook e8 next move, I guess.
Yeah. This is it's a bit strange. Huh. Meanwhile, Jan took on e1, so okay, but let's stick on this game a little bit. Are there any other ideas except for a b and queen b3?
I don't know, let's see.
Oh, there's also queen b1, which means that you can go to f5 later with the queen. And I'm assuming knight a3 followed by queen b3 is favorable for white.
Yeah.
And bishop d4, I think, always just loses
d1.
to rook d1. Yeah.
And the rook a1?
Take.
Takes. Sorry.
And maybe actually with the queen of b3, you could take on d4 and then rook d1, rook a1. So queen b1 is more interesting. Rook b8 then. Take f6, gf6.
Why rook b8? Why not queen d7 anyway?
I thought you can take and then queen e4. Then knight h4. Maybe it's not a big deal even here.
What about?
Or rook a6. Oh.
Knight h4 anyway.
Because you have a check on a8.
But I go queen e6.
I would think queen b1.
I see you. You rented this square for your queen.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, white has some small.
No, it's unpleasant with black.
Yeah.
That's clear.
You should have told Nepomniachtchi b1 is a good square for the queen.
Huh. That was you always know how to come back.
Very smooth segue.
Yeah. It's what 10 plus years of broadcasting can do for you.
Yeah, look where it got me. Queen e4 on the board. And rook to e2.
Yeah, rook
tempting.
e2 looks
played
like
already.
a must. Yeah. It's queen d3. Is that a move?
Queen d3.
Yeah, just to avoid. But
Rook b2.
I was thinking to limit white's choices a little bit, because if queen b1, then white could go d5 first, yeah, and after this move d5, queen knight d4, black should be okay.
But I think after queen b1 also rook b2 can be unpleasant, isn't it?
Yes, but after queen b1, as we talked about earlier, d5
Yeah, d5.
immediately is also very strong, yeah. So just to limit white's option, that's a little bit to go queen d3.
But now rook b2.
Yeah, now rook b2, queen e4.
And back.
And if takes a knight g5?
I assume you have to go bishop a3 and pray for this.
And is praying enough?
Maybe not. You have a pass pawn. Not a great pass pawn though. Would you accept the draw here as white, Jan?
Against whom?
Let's say a random 2700 player.
No, I think even in the Chicken Chess Club that would be considered excessive.
Okay.
I don't know. Now that I look at the A pawn, though, I could talk myself into it.
Okay, maybe not bishop a3. Maybe you just go bishop back and then you take on d4. White takes b7 and c7, and white seems to be a pretty nice pawn up. Yeah, maybe not actually. h6. Yeah, knight f3, it takes, take. It's not inconceivable that black can draw this.
So where's the +2.5 the computer's giving? Must be more than this, no?
So you say queen d3.
I'll look it up. Queen d3. Oh, queen d3, knight h4, it says. That's a strange move.
Knight h4?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it seems to think that's more or less winning.
Bishop
Whoa.
d7 has to be played, then d5.
Oof. But who plays knight h4? That's insane.
Well, somebody who calculates well.
Yeah, bishop d7, d5 is just game over, apparently. Knight d4, rook e7, or rook d2. And yeah, it's just nothing to do.
So probably after knight h4, bishop g6, the only move.
But also d5, it's just crushing.
Yeah, knight h4 is, wow, what a move.
Well, Jan is not having an easy situation now. It seems seemingly.
Yeah, but queen b1 d5 just looks horrible.
Yeah, it looks horrible. Not a very nice choice to play queen d3 or queen b1 at this stage.
Oh, that's for sure.
So we have at Rapport's game, we have G5, A5, F4.
What is he doing? He's trying to mate the king that's not there.
Prophylactic mating.
Doesn't he know that the king is going to go to D1 instead, or F2?
King F2 is coming. Yeah.
So finally F2 and G1, that's what you say.
But then your H6 plan
maybe.
is back in play.
Maybe now H6, don't you think so?
GH,
Queen H4.
Rook F2. Not sure Black has achieved much here.
Well, I cannot take back, that's the problem, right?
No.
Okay.
And if just A4 here is King F2 serious?
I'll be right back.
A4. Actually, we have some action in other boards also, you know.
Yeah, we can go there, which he's thinking about it. We haven't seen Rajabov ding at all.
Yeah,
Maybe we should at least stop
because
by.
that's there are some action. What happens? C takes, simplifying a bit, knight e5, and now white started to push pawns.
E4, F4.
Yeah, but it's interesting because now bishop d2 is not possible, right? But why is not possible? Queen f4, I guess. Right, so Dink played rook d8, rook takes, f4, suddenly very aggressive style.
A bit surprised by this F4. It might be fine, but of course, I'd be worried about weakening the king and the squares and so on. It's very aggressive for like.
Yeah, didn't he see my king tweet about king safety?
Yeah. Pawns never move backwards.
Yeah. Do you have any more cliches?
That's all I got. Knight on the rim is dim. Where should the ding knight go?
I was a rook instead of rook fd8. Queen b7 was a tempting option.
Where?
Instead of queen b7.
So
sorry, instead of rook fd8.
Here.
I don't think 96 works. I mean rook c8 and then 96. I don't think that works. Okay, so rook c2. So maybe it's not so clear, but anyway, it's very unattractive for white. So I kind of assume his idea was just to go f3 after queen b7. But then his king is permanently weakened at the very least. So I guess that will give black something to play for. Let's say rook fd8. Anyway, what happened in the game, I think, should make him fairly happy as well.
Think that is it.
Yeah.
Knight g6.
Knight g6. So
I'd be scared with white. There are all these squares to cover.
Yeah, it looks scary that white is going to be some weaknesses. No?
Yeah, bishop d2 is a threat. Knight 2 f3, queen b7, like it looks. Looks shaky. Any good ideas for white instead?
okay, so knight 2 f3. I think he has to go e5 instead of knight f3. I mean, I don't see any other logical option.
Well, queen b7 and knight d5.
Yeah, queen f3. Knight e4.
Knight f4.
And I probably resign.
Beautiful.
Yeah, what's this idea? This is odd to say the least.
The Pomnish has just played queen to d3 indeed. So now
But
will
Nakamura will play knight h4 without even thinking much, I think.
I think so. It's such an odd move. I'd be
Yeah.
very impressed if he plays that one.
You think he's not gonna play it?
No, Magnus, what percentage you give to knight h4?
Okay, I was gonna
Okay,
say
you
that
repeat once.
I was gonna say that if you think for 10 minutes, it's gonna play it. Otherwise, probably not. Yeah, he repeats once, which is sensible.
Well, if he repeats once, he has the next chance to play knight h4.
Yeah.
That's why he does it. Let's just see. Queen a3.
Rook b5.
Rook b5 is a clean piece. Yeah. So clearly queen e4 back is forced. So we'll see. And there's 0 chance he doesn't play rook e2 after queen e4, right?
He will play.
It's just repeating once to gain some time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was suddenly thinking if queen c3 makes any sense there. But
That here he wants to go queen c3.
Here we
I
go.
don't think so.
Queen e4
No,
is
rook e2 is coming.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would guess she thinks for 10 minutes and then goes knight h4.
Queen d3. Not sure I could talk myself into rook b2 here. Maybe.
You would do something like rook e3, you know?
Rook e3. Looks risky.
Yeah.
Queen c1, queen b1.
d5.
Ah, yeah, that looks nice actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight d4.
But it looks very good.
I
The
like
only
it.
thing is that knight h4 is even better, right? After knight
Yeah.
h4 game is over or no?
The engine line after knight h4 was something very weird. Hang on. Knight h4, queen b1 now. Once.
Only move?
Only move. d5, knight d4, rook b2, queen e4, takes on b7 and big white advantage.
What do you think the odds of that happening are? Wow, by the way, Fabi went f4, a.
Rook d1, he did rook f1 and rook d1 with the king on e1. That's beautiful.
He increased his compactness score.
He tried castling twice, but failed both times. I'm moving the rook first.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna go king f1 to g1 at some point.
Is a3 a move here, or is that dumb?
It would make more sense if BA had been included.
Fair. I was dreaming of
Not saying
bishop
it doesn't
b4
make
crushing.
sense now, but
Yeah.
okay, so how about A, B, C, B, and then H6?
Takes.
Yeah, rook H6.
Actually, yeah, now
Oh,
that
no. Let's say Queen H4 first. Maybe that's more precise.
Rook F2.
Rook H6.
By the way, why not Queen H2?
Probably that's very good as well. This looks awful for white. Unless there is some concrete justification. Oh, I was thinking Queen G1 was good, but it's obviously not.
Queen G1, King E2, right?
Yeah. No, I was thinking now the bishop hangs, but it obviously doesn't. Just mistake on my part. Okay, so we have to be a little bit more careful. Let's go Rook H6 instead of.
Okay.
GH. Isn't this just great for black? Oh, maybe FE. Oh.
I don't know if knight G4 is not possible.
Yeah, but then you're playing for a draw. Sort of think black should not be.
But I have many options. Bishop C5 also.
Yeah, bishop C5 is okay. Maybe even you can go FE6 or DE6.
But,
Here there's.
But what can you do now with white?
Now you have to go Queen F4, I guess.
Queen F4 you have. So I go King F8, sorry.
Ah, okay.
King F1.
Yeah, maybe this is too strong. King F1, knight G4. That looks bad. Maybe Rook F4. No.
Rook F4, we give it check and Queen G3. And then B4.
Yeah. No, who knows? But there's definitely potential here. By the way, I think Firuza Duda is just gonna end in a draw.
Well, he sacked the pawn, right?
But not really. Takes and bishop D4.
So what happened? Knight D6 takes.
Oh, it's just over. Rook B5, bishop D4 as well.
Yeah. It's really weird that white never got to play H3 or G3 in this game.
But what on knight D4?
Check and Queen D4.
Immediately. Oh.
Actually, none of them ever got luft for their king.
Wow.
That's disappointing for Alireza. No, it looked like he was getting a little something. What did he do after A4, A6, AB, AB? You were looking at
Knight
something.
C3.
Knight C3.
Queen B1 we were looking at.
Knight C3 was strange. I mean, well, if he blundered and he haven't seen this bishop D4 probably.
Then it just
petered
out.
Sure, I think he blundered bishop D4, that's all.
If if you wondered, Engine thinks that Queen B1 is by far the best move. And at least on relatively low depth, it says that white is a little bit better. So yeah, I
Makes a lot
guess
of
this,
sense.
yeah, Queen B1 clearly was his best chance.
That's disappointing for Alireza. Nakamura still thinking. And Rajabov, is he getting in trouble? Like he went knight c4, queen b7, a3. If Ding wins today and Nakamura wins today, then it's anybody's tournament.
What's going on knight e4? Or is just white takes it?
What's a strange bluff, no?
It's hard not to call.
Yeah.
I was thinking about b5.
This might be very strong. I mean, as white, I would be screaming, why? You had such a nice and safe position.
Yeah. No, if we go back to move 15 after knight e5, never ever would I play e4 there. And I always thought Timur and I had that connection. Like some knight to f3, probably knight 4 to f3. What could happen?
No, but in my opinion, it started with the move c d5, which didn't make any sense compared to a3. Well, that was so weird.
Just allowing black everything he wants. Yeah.
He went bishop c5. Somehow.
Yeah, even just bishop c5, which he played.
I like bishop c5 actually. Something is going to be cooking on the diagonal.
What is white doing? Like knight back
But
or
I think
rook e1?
will come. Maybe.
Yeah, just looks great for black.
Rook e1. I don't know. What about rook d8?
Rook d8.
Probably
knight f3.
And okay, white is kind of saving himself for the moment.
For the moment, yeah.
b5, knight e5. Right? Not to allow knight g4.
But what are you hoping for as white? This is the problem. Like,
actually, you can take this. You take this.
Yeah, you don't have any convenient recapture.
No.
No, 95, 94. Fe5 is awful, and bishop b5, bishop a3.
But okay, it means that white has
actually, like even immediate b5 after rook e1 looks very interesting.
Rook e1 is on the board.
And now?
Yeah, now a6 or whatever.
And you claim that even here, just nice.
Yeah, I think you have improved the position by driving the knight away, and all is fine.
I think it's huge. It's the position you're dreaming of when you play any of these openings. No, Queen's Gambit accepted, Vienna or whatever. Yeah.
Alireza, Firuza, they are going to make a draw in a second.
And the curve played a rook e3, which looks really nice as well.
And then d5, right?
Yeah.
It's over.
I'm guessing you can sort of fight with queen b1, d5, knight e7, maybe.
On the board. Knight d4.
Oh boy. It's a bit uglier than I thought.
Rook b3 next.
Yeah. Bishop c2.
b6. Maybe queen b6 trying to survive.
Ah, queen b6 is a nice.
No,
it's a nice defensive option.
No, but the problem is takes and takes this.
Queen b6. Still not over.
Sorry, couldn't see the board. Oh yeah, there it is.
Not completely.
Bishop a3.
We
Should
have
lose.
a draw between Alireza and Duda.
Yeah.
Finished. Not very exciting final position. 3 against 3.
Yeah, good result for Duda. 5 draws so far, but no particular problems today. Maybe a small mischance for Alireza. He's stuck on -1. Won't be happy.
Yeah. This chances do not look great at the moment, but as I said, he's made the second half comebacks before. So, and 97 is on the board. Okay, we assume to see 94 pretty quickly. Wait a sec. Could he get really tricky by going knight d2? And then the idea would be queen c2, knight b3, and then knight d4.
Isn't that the same position after queen b1?
Oh, queen b1, yeah, queen b1 now. Okay, that's true. Also, maybe queen a1 was clever after knight d2, and then queen f6. Okay, so knight d4, queen d6. No particular other moves to consider, right? c5 maybe?
c5 takes.
Yeah, I was thinking instead of queen b6.
Ah, for black.
Yeah.
But takes and
takes
bishop
yeah,
d3, no?
Takes and bishop d3. True. So queen b6.
What should white play?
Yeah, he has to take an e7. Takes.
But now bishop e3 first. What do you think?
Could be worse, right?
Queen b2.
I guess he has to play this.
Oh, the rook is trapped. Ooh.
So,
but
yeah, okay. I didn't see this going b2. That's nice. Oh, it's very tricky. Bishop f4. This looks correct. Bishop f4. Bishop a3. And now maybe just centralize your pieces and win. Queen e5. Queen e5 threatening d6 e5.
This looks bad.
Yeah, this is just for science. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Maybe here queen b1.
Yeah, maybe here queen b1.
Somehow trying to survive.
Caro's reaching for the knight.
It's interesting what Fabi has in mind there, because I'm not sure black has problems anymore. I mean, the white king is what? He's going to go king f2, king g1, or what?
And if black doesn't have problems, maybe white has problems, no?
Yeah. There's still the option of queen d4 here, but maybe just queen a5 and then
queen g7, or then a3.
It's not clear at all.
Long castle.
Yeah, maybe this is the way to go. Let's say a3, bishop d4, takes b2.
After bishop d4, we have a draw already with bishop f8, bishop e8.
Ah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, this. Yeah, I don't think you can play like this as white.
Actually, it's a tricky idea for black once to play a3 in these circumstances. Knight d.
Sorry, I did. By the way, I cheated and I checked. So, instead of knight d2, knight d4, queen b6, rook e7, queen d4, rook c7, rook b8 is fine for black.
Fine as in +1 or as in, I can check myself, as in zeros?
As in zeros.
Whoa.
No.
Not after bishop e3, but after without bishop e3.
Here.
Yeah.
Threatening bishop d6, picking up the rook.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that threat.
Hikaru's played knight d2 in the meantime. Could still be a sneaky way to repeat moves or to gain some time on the clock if he wants this. Knight b3 and then knight d4. Maybe he has some other idea.
Yeah. So the question is whether to go to c2, because he also gave him the escape square on a1.
a1 f6, yeah. So how does this go? Queen a1, knight b3, queen f6, and nothing direct happens.
Well, after knight b3, also queen b1 is possible.
Sure.
Yeah.
And queen f6.
This just looks worse for black, which is already quite an achievement for him.
Feels like there's nothing easy for white anymore, no? Like, not that knight h4 was easy, but even, yeah.
No, but I think
Not
once you
terribly.
see knight h4, it's really easy.
Yeah. Still.
Queen a1.
And the idea behind rook knight h4, I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense just to attack a loose piece.
No, and basically knight h4 is a very normal, regular move in this system.
Yeah.
Not exactly here, but generally knight h4 to attack the f5. It's not like what you said in Fabi's game, that king d1 and stuff. Actually, we have some moves, the ones we were talking about. Queen
Yeah, queen d4, queen f5.
Let's go. What are current predictions for how the games end?
I would guess Alireza against Duda is going to be a draw.
Wow, hot take.
I think Report is going to win. The rest are going to be drawn.
What do you think about Rapport's play? That he's in the top 10 practically for quite some time.
It's very hard for me to judge because he plays very well against everybody and then he plays really poorly against me. So that makes it hard for me to be completely unbiased. I think when he's on form, he deserves to be a top 10 player, and certainly there's room for him to improve even further. And I think his understanding of the game is just superb. Really.
Does he only have the image that he goes to very strange decisions and creative ideas? Is it already the image only, or you still see him doing?
He does it, but a little bit less than he used to. But he's clearly better prepared than he used to be. He has all of these strange lines that he plays. He's studied them. He's even going for some main lines. And I've always said in his career that he's always been very good positionally. He's been good at end games and all of this. And playing all these weird lines was, I think, partly just a matter of taste, and also because it probably didn't work hard enough to play the main lines. But yeah, in terms of his understanding and his talent, there are very few players who are superior.
Do you think he doesn't like to play chess, or the stress of it, or is it also an image thing that people have been pushing, me included?
I'm not so sure. I think he likes playing chess. I'm not sure he likes everything around it, but then again, who does?
Love it.
So Queen A5.
Yeah.
What is there? It's gonna take one.
F5 can be met by E5.
Oh yeah.
And that should be just awful for white.
But somehow things are turning around here for.
I'm not sure they're turning around. I'm not sure they were ever that difficult for Richard. Like, we just had a complicated position that he seems to.
Yeah, but why do
better.
you need your rook on D1? What was the point to put rook on D1?
Well, he was anticipating A4, and he just wanted the rook out of the way before that happened. But yeah, I agree. And the fact that black can castle queenside here in many lines is very useful. So I would assume he has to take on G.
No, sorry, I want to go king F2. I mean, I don't know if
you don't know if you want to, but yeah,
yes, this is what I would say. I'm not sure I want to, but I do play king F2.
I would say just castles.
Castles, yeah.
King side, that is.
Sorry that I didn't ask you, and I made my choice. What about knight e2, knight g3? So I have my things.
Okay, I think it's some yes, AB is then maybe rook a1 is a problem. So not sure we can do that. E5 is an option for black as well.
E5?
Yeah. Takes rook e8. May not be impressive. King g1 and then knight g3 comes. I don't know. Or knight f4 maybe. It's very hard to evaluate.
He went queen g7.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, a3.
Do you play a3? Yeah, a3
On the board.
Wow. I mean, it's amazing what games we're getting in this tournament.
Yeah, we are so spoiled. It's just
every day.
I was going to suggest bishop c1 here, but then a2 is somewhat.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. The thing is, though, like Fabi's attack it's gonna net him a knight at the most, I feel. So it's a real question whether, let's say white goes f5.
No, I go king f2. And I go knight e2.
Ah, you go knight e2.
I go chicken.
So sensible. So sensible. Maybe black has to chicken out as well, play like e5.
Oh, I see draw. f5, bishop f8. Bam.
Yeah, exactly.
But after e5, I take.
You're not giving us the draw?
Castles, maybe. I don't know.
But
You are enjoying this with black, that short castle, long castle, alternating. You have your very natural pawn.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, what kind of pawn structure we have here? I've never seen something like that.
This would be a nice exercise. Like, try to guess the 20 moves preceding this.
I mean, we have such a pawn structures in different days that it's just like somebody who doesn't play chess would just randomly put up the pieces.
Yeah.
Long castle.
Now, this is the kind of position, if you look at it for 5 seconds, you probably wouldn't be able to reconstruct. Well, 5 seconds maybe, but let's say 1 or 2 seconds. I don't think you would.
You wouldn't be able to say what opening was it? You would.
No, I wouldn't. But I wouldn't be able to reconstruct the position because the position is so irrational.
do you do that once, where they give you like normal chess positions and then the pieces on random squares?
No, I haven't tried it, but I've seen the experiment.
But we don't have to. We don't have to do that. We just have to follow the candidate.
Yeah, that's true.
I did it. There was some study like how much better you do with normal positions, and it's really night and day, because
really.
Possible to even remember 3 pawns if they're on random squares, while if they're on h7, g7, f7, it's not so tough. So no, it was really tough to remember like 16 pieces on random squares.
And now Jan has kind of consolidated.
Like
this position is a dream compared to what he had, and he does have half an hour more, actually even more than that, and I would not bet on him losing this game. Clearly, white is better.
Well, he escaped
Still.
for the moment. That's clear.
He kind of escaped.
And
Like,
Naka
this is a very nice position to get from the opening as white, but it doesn't look as nice if you can't forget about the past.
Well, yeah. That's the problem for Nakamura, that he had a past in this game to cry after, right? Because there is a significant improvement in Jan's game.
By the way, I also checked briefly the engine, and Fabiano against Rapport. King f2 followed by knight e2 looks to be correct. And then f5, e5, white should probably go f5. Because black seems to be doing well after fe5.
So it can be a draw.
Yeah. Probably would
You
be
see,
the
we
correct
always
word.
say that the players always find the draw if they want to
Yeah,
make.
they really do.
What a repetition of moves.
But here we can't blame them for not trying. No, it's more like
No, but
a draw for them.
imagine if this game was played between Mamedyarov and Karyakin. That would have been so much fun. And he has played King f2.
King f2 is on the
King
board.
f2 and
Maybe
knight e and knight e2. I assume e5 is going to come pretty quickly. I don't see what other moves would even make sense. Yeah, it looks like other moves just lose.
So it's you think it's gonna be a draw this way?
Yeah. By the way, the engine wanted bishop c3, which actually makes a whole lot of sense instead of queen a5.
Bishop c3 and castle.
Yeah, bishop c3 and castles, and then f5, and black is just better.
Better.
Yeah. Which makes a whole lot of sense. Like the black position is completely harmonic.
e5 on the board. Looks like this is over soon.
No, let's see. But it would
Fabi
be
wants to play.
Would be kind of insane to go FE.
Also FE, then that will also mean after bishop f8, queen f6, bishop e7, he has to go queen f5 or somewhere here, which is...
Yeah, that seems to be the best line. And then some queen b4. Followed by long castling, obviously.
But why is it good to play bishop f8, bishop e7? Why not?
No, I was just trying to force a draw.
Because you're trying to go queen b4, I think.
Queen b4?
Yeah.
This move?
Yeah. Rook d4, there's queen c5, I think.
I kind of don't understand anything of this game, which
But,
is still chess, yes?
Yeah. No, but the pawn on b2 is very strong. You're just...
And it's a very natural location for the pawn.
No, but I would say like the bishop on b4 and queen on a5 are extremely stupid. So as long as it doesn't lose material, bring the queen around makes a lot of sense. Also, queen b4 was preparing bishop c5.
My money is on e5, f5.
And remember that you're still flexible as black. You can castle to either side.
Yes. I keep that in mind that I didn't make a move. How irritating it would be if the king would have moved already.
I know. No, that's what I was saying, that if we played no casting chess, then Fabia would have played a brilliant game.
Yeah.
I'll think about it for a bit. How's Ding doing? Is he making progress?
I'm not sure.
So went b5, a6.
I mean, white can protect his weaknesses, so it's not, you're not ever going to win this game quickly as black.
The second part of your sentence, that quickly.
No, but so white is protecting, but also I don't think white's problems are ever going to go away. This is the main problem by in such a position, that your king is always going to be weak. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. There's nothing positive you can do in the center. Once you start opening up, it's very favorable for the player who has the better king. So white cannot do much. The question is if you could do, I think what white should do is just wait.
So my question is, if you play with black and you don't win this game with black, would you be irritated?
It depends on the further cause. If you try a little bit here and there and white just defends well, then I would be fine with that. But I would expect to win this at least a fair amount of the time. Exactly how often, I don't know, but I would be let's say I would be disappointed if I didn't manage to put any pressure at all. That would be.
And he's played h3, moving more pawns. Isn't that a bit weakening as well? Like g3, f4?
Yeah, I kind of agree. Also, king h3 is a very useful square.
Yeah. Rook d8 played by Ding.
Well, the question is also that what was the purpose of h3? Is he seeing ghosts?
No, I think he was just waiting.
Yeah, but the pawn move is not waiting, really, is it? Or he just had a problem to wait?
Yeah, it doesn't have a whole lot of useful moves.
Okay, so he'll go somewhere, queen c2.
Yeah, I'm just expecting queen c2 to happen pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Don't know if Ding is just repeating once, and then we'll see. But yeah, as you said, knight g6, h4, h5, h4 becomes the plan now.
Yeah.
I like knight g6, also sometimes knight h5.
Oh yeah.
The f5 here, that's
maybe in this exact situation it's good. And Kara's put the knights on c6.
Will it get there? On knight f5?
Yeah. Instinctively, I don't love it.
But now black is having all kind of counter chances with bishop c5. Black can even go bishop d7 sometimes.
Yeah, bishop d7, but then play becomes concrete. Either rook f3 or bishop c3. So it's clearly okay. Maybe rook f3. There's rook e8? Question mark.
Bishop d7 is on the board.
Yeah.
when will you guys switch over to Nepomniachtchi is now a favorite to win the game?
I would need to see a little bit more evidence.
Fair.
But yeah, I don't.
Bishop c3 has been played.
Yeah, I need some hard evidence
Is white better?
on why this is good for white, because I'm not sold.
It's no big deal anymore, no?
Yeah, let's say queen g5 maybe. Looks like a decent square.
It was misplayed by Nakamura.
No, this is unquestionable.
But not, I mean, before when he misplayed his greatest opportunity, he was just went into a little better position, right? But now I think he's going to completely.
Do you remember the game Kamsky-Karpov from their World Championship match, where the Karpov went with his king to d8 in the Petrov, and then he just walked it back to f8, and they put his bishops on d6, d7, rook on e8, e7, and he just crushed Kamsky very quickly. Like, I could see some sort of the same setup happening here for Jan eventually.
He must also be so happy. We saw him earlier shaking his head, and now he has a whatever equal position with much more time. He'll be feeling good.
Don't forget that 12 minutes for Nakamura for 10 moves. It's not going to be easy, and ruining his position, and he knows it.
I went queen to d6.
Yeah, I checked, by the way. Queen at g5 was by far the best move, apparently.
Is queen d6 a draw for bishop b4?
And queen g5 was completely fine.
Maybe it's coming next. Bishop b4, queen f6, bishop c3.
And rook d8, queen c2, knight g6 is obviously nonsense because you're allowing f5. You just go h5 immediately.
And the ding it.
Yeah.
Ding game.
Uh-huh.
We are heading
on the board.
to a draw between Fabiano Rapport finished as a draw.
Yeah, okay, finished on the draw. No, queen c2, h5. That's just horrible for white, actually. How do you even stop h4?
c2 played. Not saying.
Okay, now if he goes h5, I would consider him the favorite to win the game.
H4 is just completely overloading all the white construction.
Yeah. Actually, the more I look at it, this is just perfect harmony for black.
Will he do it?
Come on.
Missed some chances so far in this tournament.
Yeah.
But here, it's another one.
Well, I guess Nakamura will make a repetition of moves, don't you think so?
Feels like it, no?
Depends on whether he finds a risk-free way to play. How many moves are there now?
Move 31. He's shaking his head. He looks very disappointed.
I think he's risking a lot if he's not going for it.
I would say though, if I was playing black,
you would go Queen G5.
I would go Queen G5.
Of course, you would do Queen G5. Nobody thinks that you wouldn't.
Even if I actually maybe he's playing it really nicely, going Queen D6 once, making him sit there and shake his head for 5 minutes, and then okay, he actually went.
Nah, he played Queen D6. Yeah.
How do you play Queen D6 in 1 second? That's so undisciplined.
Didn't even think about it. No, he can't sidestep.
Smell the blood in the water, dude. Be a fucking shark.
Yeah, Hikaru's.
Maybe
he's gonna repeat.
This is the reason why you were the world champion for quite some years and not.
No, I don't know.
One small detail. You are the shark. No matter how much you eat up other people, you still want to eat one more.
Yeah, but it's.
Well,
in
when
this
you get
position,
your
let's say Queen G5. I mean, objectively, you're equal or slightly worse. Like, how much are you really risking, practically speaking? I wouldn't say too much.
Yeah, but I think he struggled so much. I mean, he had this. I mean, he knew. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he would see Knight H4 during the game. But one thing is for sure, he felt that it's very much on the edge of losing the game.
No, this is true. Now Queen G5.
And he has
I think Queen G5 is clearly the EV play at this point. I mean, not even a question.
But that's a world championship decision when you're +2 in the candidates to play Queen G5 after having this kind of game.
I mean, you're +2 after 4 games. You shouldn't. Yeah, I understand. It's not easy to sit there and. But as I said, okay, those are going to be my last words. Be a shark. I have to go.
Thank you so much for joining.
H5 is played.
H5 played.
And why does he play H5?
Because he's a shark.
Because he's a shark. Thank you. Good night.
It was fun. A lot of fun to have Magnus around. The shark around, right?
Yeah. So let's briefly sum up what happened so far. We have 2 draws. Alireza maybe with some small chances, but nothing spectacular. And a very fun game between Caruana and Rapport, where it feels like, yeah, Richie was the one missing more chances even to put pressure on Fabiano, no?
Well, actually, this was one of the most interesting games so far, I think. And it was only a draw at the end, but it's starting out from Rook F1. It was really very exciting to understand how and what the players were playing for, right? It seemed to have a very normal kind of position, and after Rook F1, it became very strange kind of action. Bishop C6 was a very good reply, I must say. Realizing that with the pawn on B3, there are completely new patterns show up in this position by playing Bishop C6, and after that A5, A4, very straightforward play with Bishop B4, Queen A5, A3. I mean, everything became so concrete. Calculation was needed from both sides. But maybe there was something more with black, right?
Yeah, this line Magnus mentioned, I mean, it's a tough move to make. I find this bishop takes c3 instead of queen a5 and then short castles.
It was this. But, it's very difficult.
Yeah. But of course,
with idea.
Right, the black's pushing here.
Wow, in the Rajabov game, look what happened.
H4, oh, that's such an ugly move to play, but he probably had to do it. Giving up this g4 square forever.
Things are not going on Rajabov's way, I must say.
No, the whole tournament, and even the tournament before that in Norway chess, yeah, he hasn't looked his old self. We can see the agony of Hikaru Nakamura. He's shaking his head. But it's a typical thing when you don't want to repeat moves, but you're low on time and you sort of have decided to do it. Then you sit there for a while.
Yeah, you're shaking your head. You think another 5 minutes, and when you have 1 minute left,
and
you
here
play.
comes the bishop. Yeah, that's zero doubt about it.
So how many times is it bishop b4?
Nepomniachtchi can claim now with queen f6. If my count is right. Or is it? I'm not great at counting.
Okay, so after queen f6, Nakamura will claim the draw.
Then he can claim with bishop c3, correct, yeah.
Yeah, but if he's not claiming, I'm pretty sure that Nepo would play already queen g5.
I really don't think so. He's blitzed out queen d6 the second time around. He's fine with the draw today, no? But maybe he heard Magnus and remembered to be a shark. Queen f6.
Well, maybe now after bishop c3 he will be thinking.
Yeah, but Hikaru can claim now. Like, would be strange to give Nepomniachtchi the choice, no? But no, he does it. Sometimes also it's a pride thing. No one wants to claim a draw.
And look.
Yeah, let's see if you're right. That'd be exciting if they repeat it 3 times.
And look,
but
he thinks
he
it's
tells
a
the
draw.
arbiter.
He thinks the game is over, and it is.
And Nepomniachtchi claims, yeah, Nepomniachtchi claims. But he could have played on, no, bishop c3. This is not how you claim a draw. Like you just made the move and press the clock, so Nepomniachtchi is allowed to play queen g5 there, no?
No, but
if you want to claim it, you have to write down the move and call the arbiter.
And yes. And we see the players discussing after the game what has been gone wrong. But incredible that Nakamura has so much energy going back to his room, and the first thing is to make his summary of this game. And I'm sure he will be very unhappy discovering the things, the opportunities he missed.
And of course, he knows, even though without checking, that he had a huge position.
No, that's clear. But when you see the moves, right? When you look at the engine, it's knight h4.
H4 game over.
Oh, and I was not thinking, why didn't I spend some time? And then actually he made back and forth a pair of moves, right? Rook b2, rook e2, and even for second time he could have considered it.
Yeah, that's a big miss. And also for the tournament, had Hikaru won this one and the chance was there, he'd be tied with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now Nepomniachtchi stays on +2 in the sole lead, we can already say, because Caruana did not win his game. But Ding is fighting to jump back to 50% and join the pack, following Jan Nepomniachtchi. Another fun round, even though so far it's been 3 more or less quick draws. We can't complain about a lack of drama and content, really.
Oh, absolutely. These games, the Rapport's game, and also Nakamura, of course, but of course, the game of Ali Reza, it was also very interesting.
Yeah. We still have one.
How he created the opportunities by changing the pawn structure. Very interesting ideas. And now the big question is whether Ding, is he going to be able to convert his little advantage, we can say, I think. Knight on g4 especially, I mean, how great it's standing, right?
Yeah.
And it will be there for a long time.
Might go back now after queen c3 to stop any tricks. Maybe has to go back, but the squares will be there forever.
Now, for example, does it make any sense, or is it possible to take on d4 and go e5? Or this is very strange because you go knight f3.
I don't know. Black's position is so pretty. I wouldn't like changing the structure. We don't have to. Yeah, he went back.
Knight f6. But of course, in this kind of position, it's a matter of playing on your opponent's nerves also.
Yeah,
right. So going back and forth is just part of the cat and mouse game.
Yeah. No, he's much better and he'll play for a long time. Shall we take a little break and then follow the action in this game? Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back in a bit. In the meantime, check out chess24.com. There's still the 1-year premium offer, giving you access to all the video courses, including my latest course with Peter Heine Nielsen and Laurent Fressinet that gives you the behind-the-scenes look for Magnus's latest World Championship match, where we were on Team Magnus. There's also many other courses out there by many of the best players in the world, all included in the premium membership, as is this fantastic mug. So check it out. See you guys in a bit. Thank you so much, Judit.
Thanks.
Fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it, because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
Hi, welcome back. This is Anish Giri, and this is the 4th round recap. We've had a rest day yesterday, so we are all fresh and eager for another day of recap, where I thought it would be Alireza who would try to muddy the waters, try to perhaps get a little naughty and strike. But, well, we'll see what happens, as this became really the game of the day. Jan started with 1e4, as he usually does. After c5, we got the Sicilian. Alireza was ready for the Najdorf, as so many players already showed in this tournament. Najdorf is in good shape. I'm always happy to talk about the Najdorf. An opportunity for me to plug my Chessable course on the Najdorf and tell everyone to go pro and all of that. Chessable will be very happy with that, so please do so. There also I will, at the Chessable, I'll also look at this game in more depth, show you some puzzles and whatnot, and there you can enjoy all the Chessable perks. But here, let's look at the game. Najdorf was on the board and Jan played f3. This English attack is back in fashion, as we had seen in the previous round. That was a game between Fabi and Duda, where Fabi also went for the English attack, and now too Jan is probing his inexperienced opponent. Alireza also plays e5, but goes for a different setup. If you remember, Duda went for the h5 systems, where you stop g4. Here, Alireza just allows it. And g5 hit by b4. Old main line, lots of theory here, lots of options. Knight e2 is the main move. Now knight goes back knight e8, and after f4, white is threatening f5, black goes a5. This is old theory, plenty of games. The main line used to be f5, a4. Now the old move is knight bd4. Funky little move, ed knight d4. Now you think that, okay, bishop can take the pawn, but no, there is knight c6, hitting the queen and the bishop. What black does here is b3, threatening ba2. After king b1, bc knight c2. The bishop does a desperado. Bishop b3, takes, knight a3, knight e5, and this is an old tabia, which is supposed to be fine for black, but Alireza came with something new. He played the move bishop c4. This move is not really well known, but there are some corresponding games, some games of lesser known players in the database. I guess Jan was probably taken aback by this. He spent a lot of time, but reacted in a very natural way. He played king b1, and after a4, tucking the knight away to c1. But this gives black just enough time to break free in the center with d5, opening the bishop, but mainly giving that d6 square for the knight. White doesn't want to play long, take the pawn. No, he does a counter sack, f6, opening the g file, and after gf, took with the d knight, knight g3, already here he spent a lot of time and made a big mistake. I suspect the variation he has, that his second step, unless for him, starts with knight d6. That would allow bishop h6, and besides bishop takes f8 threat, there is a threat of checkmate. And here black just goes king h8, allows white to capture the exchange, but black has got a pawn and good knights, and it seems that, objectively speaking, black has enough counterplay here. But yeah, you certainly have to have your prep ready here, and Alireza didn't, and what he did is quite bad. He took and played a3, and after b3 he realized that there's not much to do. If he goes for knight d6, bishop h6 is very bad news. He probably missed something along these lines. And after king h8, he did knight d6. Yeah, he simply allows white to capture the pawn. And this is what happened in the game. Jan, with a steady hand, took the pawn, looked at Alireza like, what the hell are you doing? You can find footage of that. I saw some nice video on Twitter where Jan did his usual facial expressions. But yeah, there is nothing to do here for black. There's no play. King is very safe. Nobody's coming to, the queen is not coming to b2. Eventually the knight got there, by the way, but this is not not dangerous. What is much more important is that black king is very weak. Black lacks that g-pawn. Knight on f6 is unstable, and that would all be tolerable if he had some counterplay, but he doesn't have any. Painful game for Alireza. Very unfortunate for him. A pretty poor start with 1.5 out of 4, not something he was hoping for. It's going to be difficult to come back from that, but this is great news for Jan and his fans, because he wins his second game, looking really, really good. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to check out my Chessable course, Go Pro on Chessable. Thank you and bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to round number 5 of the FIDE candidates. We've had 3 draws so far. Very exciting draws, one has to say. Now we have one game still going where Ding Liren is trying to get back into the tournament. He's trying to defeat Timur Rajabov. We are also joined again by David Howell. David, how did it go with the pigeons? Did you solve all your problems?
Long story. Basically, the mummy pigeon and the daddy pigeon now hate me. I had to move some eggs, put up some netting. It was, it was emotional. But I'm back now. And I was listening to you guys. You guys seem to be having a lot more fun than I was. Yeah, I mean, I feel guilty as well for the viewers. It feels like a massive downgrade after Magnus with all his quick variations, and now I'm back.
Well, but you can
You didn't
tell
have
us.
any pigeon stories.
You can tell us about the winning plan of Ding. What has happened in the last few moves that White actually started to play all kind of pawn moves non-stop.
This is one of the ugliest pawn structures I've seen in a long time for White. And also, I mean, it really reminds me of a game where Magnus beat me, I think in 2010 at the London Chess Classic. It's exactly the same pawn structure on the king side, pretty much similar kind of piece configuration. And it was just this one weakness, g4, e4. In the current position, though, I did, just while I was listening to you guys, I did see there is a move maybe for White to cling on and lessen, kind of minimize the damage. It looks, I mean, it looks so ugly, but maybe a tactical blow here. I don't know if you guys want to give it a guess. I haven't worked it out, to be honest. I just saw what the computer was suggesting.
You mean what, knight f5?
Yeah, knight f5. Apparently it's the best move by a long, long way. Everything else, I guess, is just endless suffering.
How does it go? Black has to take?
I think, I mean, maybe you could move the queen, but where?
Well,
I don't know if White can take g7 or not if you move the black queen.
okay, so let's take.
Takes.
Takes check, king f8, from d3.
Takes.
Yeah, I guess rook c2 check there. It's just rook d2. I'm not sure if it's useful to flick that in for black or not. King takes c7. And it still looks ugly for White if you can't take, I guess.
Yeah. So let's try.
So this must be what Rajabov is calculating right now with 15 minutes.
Well, it looks very scary.
Yeah, all of White's pawns on dart squares.
Takes or f6, what do you prefer?
f6, e5, I guess. Only, well, mainly the only move.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't do anything yet. Check still, rook d2.
And if instead of f6, if we take on e4, threatening rook e2 check, I guess. Maybe threatening, I'm not sure.
But maybe knight e5 is possible. If I could exchange something, it would benefit. And
yes.
I would make strong steps towards into draw.
And rook e2?
King f1?
I was hoping for king f3.
Well, you can show it just for the fun
yeah.
of it, how I can get mated in 2 moves.
White wins king of the hill there. You get the king to the center. That's...
Check king e1 and no progress, huh?
How are endgames if black can somehow swap the rooks and the knights, if it's just a pure bishop endgame?
How do you do it?
Yeah, that's the problem. I was thinking rook, yeah. Knight takes e5 and rook e3, but there's always rook d6, right?
It looks like White will have enough.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. Is it lost if I take on e3 and bishop b2? It should be, no? It should be a typical losing position. King d6.
It should be one of those positions you see in an endgame book, but...
Yeah, it's the... Though maybe f5 should be played.
Yeah, just to stop any g4.
f5, king f3, bishop back. No, this should be dead. with the g3 weakness and the a3 weakness.
Yeah.
Very classical. Good bishop versus bad bishop.
But yeah, maybe Rajabov can avoid this. So knight f5.
Though it's
Somewhat.
not tempting to play knight f5 either. I mean, maybe if you know that it's the best move, I can understand that you make it. But if somebody is not knocking on your shoulder that this is the best move, and you have to make on your own, maybe the most logical is to go queen e2 somehow out and pray.
But if you see knight f5, you spend most of your time calculating. It's not easy to see it, first of all, but
okay, but this is
that's not such a complicated tactic, no?
You go back queen d3.
I would just think it's endless suffering. If you don't go knight f5, I'd be incredibly tempted to
But
do
you
it.
think after knight f5 is not going to be endless suffering?
I don't know, at least the play becomes forcing, simplified. Not saying it's great, but here we haven't seen anything too convincing yet, no?
Okay, so rook e4, I think you're gonna do. Huh?
Yeah, maybe knight e5, even bishop d4, let's say. Like, how bad is this?
Yeah, bishop d4 is good.
how about if black flicks in a rook check at some point, either here or maybe even before taking on e7?
No, rook d2.
And now knight e3, maybe?
King h3.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, g7 still hanging. Okay, say I take on e7.
Bishop g7.
Yeah, it's not easy to get your queenside pawns either if the rooks come off.
Do you think Ding forgot about knight f5?
I think he must have blundered it. Why allow it? Like, he can just keep playing for free forever.
Yeah, he's got his head in his hands, not looking too happy.
Where's Rajabov? He's 11 minutes. They're not at move 40 yet. It's only move 35. Well, he's probably sitting there calculating.
What would Magnus do? That's the question we should ask ourselves. Would he play knight f5 here?
I
Oh,
think
sure.
he would. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Better to suffer in an endgame where you're close to a draw with.
Yeah, because otherwise you are endless suffering. Actually, we discussed this before. And when it was h5, the move, then he said, if Ding plays h5, he thinks he's going to win.
Yeah, that was fun, sneakily listening to you guys. Yeah, h5, very instructive.
Well, of course, Magnus thinks differently on judging positions. For example, if you play h5, the game is over, you know. But probably from his perspective, I think after h5, if he wouldn't win the game, he would be quite annoyed.
You know, when you're tactically sharp with great endgame technique as well, just like Magnus, then yeah, any tiny advantages, any outpost for a knight on g4 like this.
So what I would say that if Rajabov is not playing knight f5, then he's going to lose the game.
Yeah,
He will play it.
But I think he will.
Yeah.
No, he will play.
Yeah. He looks like he's about to
Now
play
he
something
says,
special.
okay, now I'm going to play it. 1 more minute, still double, triple, checking again. But I'm going to play it.
Yeah, queen e2 is just too depressing, I think.
And actually, it's very annoying from Ding's part that, I mean, this position was really something that he could squeeze for 100 moves.
No, he's really not being himself, because knight f5, I don't think it's such a tough tactic at this level. He should really spot and avoid that. Play any move, queen b7, and keep the game going. I mean, because
Yeah.
Ding is not Magnus, but he's the number 2 in the world, and he understands he has a big chance there to get back into the tournament. He just keeps making these relatively simple mistakes, which, yeah, it's a pity for him.
It's like you guys were saying earlier. I mean, white could barely move, so you can just maneuver around, wait the right moment, just avoid any tactical tricks. Yeah. I mean, if not knight f5, process of elimination is queen e2, right? And then queen b7, black sits.
Good job of taking his time, though. If he thinks for some more minutes, the problem is also after knight f5, even if he leaves himself with 1 minute, the next 3 moves will be more or less forced, right? So it's not like there will be any drastic time trouble.
What happens if we try after knight f5, you said, to move away with the queen, let's say to c7?
So a couple of questions. Knight takes g7, I think, is one question.
First question.
Question number 1.
Good question already, no?
Knight d8, also knight h5.
Knight e3 checks, just one check, right? h3 is safe.
Yeah, it's only one check. I understand your point.
Doesn't seem to work, no? Does it?
Yeah, I guess we can't get past that first.
No, so we have to enter into the end game. So queen takes. Let's go there. Takes, check, takes here. Okay, takes. Hold on. Could I go rook e4?
Wow. Nice.
c8.
c8.
Okay, so I can't.
Playing with fire. Yeah.
Okay, so king e7, bishop g7. Can e5 be played? You take with the pawn? Yeah, if you take the knight, rook c2.
I see where this is going. King f1.
I don't see where this is going. Where is this going?
Knight e3.
And queen e2 played. He didn't go knight f5. That is a shocker.
Wow.
That's just shocking. And Ding must be so relieved to blitz out queen b7 and back to grinding.
He made it immediately, instantly.
Happiest man in Madrid for a minute there, Ding Lear.
Yeah, because now what does white even...
Now he's really interested again. Also, practically, it's such a bad decision, man. I don't get it. I mean, it's easier after you told us knight f5 was the move, of course, but it looks like the move you have to play, no?
Yeah, once you see it, 10 minutes of calculation. I mean, he thought for what, 15 minutes there?
Well, he's definitely playing with fire.
Surely he has a move plan now, because
queen d3 back.
Okay, back.
Ding's not going to repeat.
Not this one.
As much as I like move repetitions, you don't go queen d7 here.
Though how to improve? It's also not simple.
That's fair. So if knight f6, rook e2, yeah?
Maybe he can go can he go, let's say, king f8 and knight g8, knight f6?
Because his knight on e7 is the one piece not really contributing much yet.
Can white move the knight now, threatening queen d8 somehow?
Knight b5.
Maybe knight b5.
Good.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, it's no good squares for the black king. Maybe that's the problem. h8 feels wrong.
Yeah, h7 feels even wronger.
Okay, so which piece are we trying to improve? g4 knight is great. Rook on c4 is great. Bishop's
What
great.
if
This
knight,
idiot somewhere.
knight c8 and knight d6?
Yeah. Also, white doesn't have unlimited freedom. Can you try rook c2 then?
Knight e3 check.
Oh, very, very pretty.
That's a pretty one.
Nice.
For sure. And there are a lot of minds like that around in this position.
Yeah.
If you can't move the d4 knight, can't move the rook route. Maybe you can move the rook, but rook e2, it's a bit sad.
Bishop is not doing much.
Well, I don't know if knight e5 is possible.
It's also sad, no? Just takes and knight back. And... It's a sad situation for Rajabov.
Okay.
Sad situation.
So sad.
Well, that's actually a nice one that rook c2 doesn't work after knight c8.
E5, even if it doesn't lose directly, it's just opening the floodgates now, then the knight
Then we go
returns
back.
triumphantly and it's very happy.
Yeah, every middle game, every end game now lost.
Yeah, got to that.
So if white meets knight d6 with rook e2, what would black's next move be? So say rook e2 first then.
Yeah,
maybe knight e6, maybe knight e6.
After knight e6, can't we go knight e4?
Knight e4, yeah. Oof.
Knight g7.
Getting messy at least.
That's for sure. But some knight f2 kind of thing.
Looks like there should be a tactic, but not that knight, I guess.
What about knight gf2? You have to go to b3? It doesn't look too good at first.
Wow, no squares.
d7.
Sorry?
Queen d7. Forcing f5.
Queen h3, otherwise.
And now
how to get in?
I don't know, knight g3 kind of moves exist.
I mean, this doesn't feel controlled, at least by Ding. You'll be looking for something a bit more clean.
This is the current position. Ding has 14 minutes, Rajabov down to 5.
Actually, it's not an easy position how to improve.
Yeah.
I mean, knight c8 feels like a good way to probe, and then you force Rajabov to think. If white has nothing better than rook e2, you can always come back.
Yeah, but that he was doing already. I think going back and forth, it's happening nonstop.
You can also try this. You can try any knight move now, at least. Hint at e5 and see if he thinks that's a threat. We can always hope for rook c2, knight e3. Now that we know.
Yeah, but I think rook c2 might have been played last move if he hadn't spotted knight e3.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, tricky. Looks like a knight move, but which one? Is knight c6 ever? I mean, I'm reluctant to trade off pieces, but knight c6 instead of knight g6.
Also looks annoying. Is white stable enough if takes and
bishop
rook
d4?
Okay, maybe this.
Yeah, maybe bishop d4 is the.
But maybe you just take
any of these positions, like queen
and
somewhere.
it's the knight on g4. Let's say just the b7.
Wow, Ding means business. He's saying none of this. Pawn to f6.
Wow.
Stopping anything to e5, maybe threatening e5.
Time for e5, yeah.
Interesting. Also, right before the time control, so he's saying, while you have 5 minutes, let's make it as messy as possible.
So big question, knight takes e6.
Rook e4.
Rook e4. Yeah. Knight d8, I mean, knight d8, we just take it, I guess. Maybe. Or queen a8.
Well, yeah, queen a8 is not bad.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks
bad, no?
Very, very good. This looks like an improved version for black of what we were discussing a while ago. But if not, knight takes e6, then.
Well, I was thinking about knight e6, rook e4. Some crazy knight g5 kind of things. I mean, it's lucky that it doesn't work.
It's always a discover check.
No, I mean queen d8 kind of stuff.
Maybe we can show that. There's a nice variation actually.
But black is just has enough.
Knight g5, queen d8, I guess.
Yeah.
King has a square.
Well, yeah, king just goes out to g6, but I mean.
Yeah, and then rook d6 check, rook e6 check. Okay, there's f5 as well. Rook e6.
I like my chances here.
Rook e6 check. Yeah.
Okay, so after f6.
That'd be a great move by Ding. At least practically. What about
f5?
Let's look at that.
By white.
Because if you go e5, I go knight e6, eventually.
We know what you want.
You know me, yeah.
But does it work actually?
It
let's see.
Queen e4, maybe it doesn't. But after queen e4, I take and maybe rook.
Yeah, but I have knight f5. Rook d6, yeah?
Rook d6 is rook e2.
Yeah.
Queen d8 wasn't quite working after queen takes e4. No, not quite.
Yeah, because of the pin.
Yeah,
if this was legal, would be very pretty.
Yeah, that's why if rook takes e4, this was working, right? Instead of queen takes e4 for black.
Let's show that. Yeah.
Yeah, if rook e4, then finally works.
We made it happen.
The miracle.
Immediately rook h8 was also.
Why give your opponent satisfaction for one move, mate?
Okay, so f6 is very interesting.
But after f5, maybe black just takes on f5.
And after takes, ef5?
But e5 was working, no? Like queen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, e5 as well. I was thinking ef5, knight e5. It feels like there must be some.
Also looks good. Yeah.
Something happening.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, it's glad I'm not Rajabov.
So by now, probably Rajabov regrets that he didn't play knight f5.
I find that shocking, really, that he didn't do that. And he's down to a minute and a half.
With 3 moves to make. Not easy.
I'm not a math genius, but he can't have much more than 30 seconds per move. King h3
has been played. Okay. Might have two checks always in the air now.
Feels it's more important to leave this diagonal.
E5.
E5. Yeah.
I mean, queen c8 is also very tempting, but let's say if we just go very clearly, continuation of.
I guess white takes.
Takes. F takes e.
Knight. I'm looking for checkmates against the black king again. Knight e6.
Yeah, maybe now knight e6. Yeah. And finally, there is this. Well, of course, knight f2 is there. Takes.
Queen d8.
Oops.
This is going the wrong direction.
No, this is going to the very wrong direction. Sorry about that. Knight e6. And what about knight e5 instead of f takes e5?
Now you have some queen checks, just in case.
Takes and knight f3 or knight e6, and white is doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about this queen c8 move you mentioned, Judit? So king g8, king g2.
Yeah, this is the simple way.
But now maybe e5. You've taken away the e6 square from the white knight.
Absolutely.
It's nice.
Yeah, is there anything other than king g2? I mean, that's the move you want to play, but.
Well, e5 may be the move, but you're not happy to give away the d5 square.
Yeah, making a move like that before move 40 with 1 minute left. Not easy.
These
Maybe
two moves is painful to make.
Ding still has 10 minutes, taking a moment here.
How do you guys approach this? Calculate and try and find something, or just Queen c8, King f7, or something? Just wait.
I like King f7.
I would stare at the position very hard for 5 minutes and then make a random move. That's normally my approach. I can't calculate it. Ale, Queen c8.
Queen c8 is the most logical, right?
Defends a pawn.
You know,
lines
Queen
up.
d7 is also possible by now.
Knight f5 again.
No, because Queen d3
Ah,
knight
okay.
f2 immediately.
Maybe it's a good trap. Maybe Rajab by now regrets that he didn't do it. But now he would blitz out King g2. And Queen c8 played.
Okay.
Do you think we'll see a Zugzwang at some point in this, this type of position? Earlier, we were struggling to find a move other than King h3. Maybe White's running out of.
Well, now I think
That's
he
true.
will go Queen g2 for sure.
Guess so too.
1 minute. 2 moves.
e5 played. Whoa. That's
Well, probably
not
he
only
will
very
play
committal,
e5.
but also looks wrong. Oof.
I mean, there
He's
must be
so
a way to
reckless,
punish
putting
this.
all his pawns on dark squares in this game. No g3, h4, b4. Every time black gains a new square. First was g4, then c4, now d5.
Yeah. At least we know why he played this one. Just stopping black.
No, no, of
c5.
course.
But yeah, I mean, it's ugly.
But
Okay,
what is the
let's-
black for black now? The best move, because if after fe5, this knight g5 can be annoying at some point.
Yeah, and after knight d5, for example, maybe queen g6 is annoying in some positions. I'm not sure now, or-
Making it sound like white is starting a crushing attack with the e5.
One can dream. Yeah, it's not immediately clear what black should be.
Okay, worst case scenario, can I play f5? I understand it might not be living the dream, but
Knight e6.
there comes
But I think it's not working. It's incredible that it never works, because at the end you go rook c2. Takes queen d8, takes, knight g5 check.
Ah, yes.
And I think how smart I was, and suddenly I have to realize I have to resign.
Someone's giving checkmate. Here you can go king h6 and g6.
Barely, yeah. Black gets there first.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice line. Yeah, so f5 possibly. And if knight g5, just take on d4.
I thought if, I don't know if there's better, but even something like this, no, no, queen c6 still looks very pleasant. No, knight will come here.
Yep. The white king's still in big trouble.
Ding's very focused.
And if, yeah, what else after f5? No, I like the suggestion. It looks the most simple, at least.
What
Love to
about
play.
Yeah, if black's pawn was back on h6, this would be over immediately.
what about playing knight g5? Not knight g5, sorry, knight e6 and knight g5.
Could you do something similar here? Queen d5? Queen c8 maybe as well.
Queen goes back. What's the?
I wanted queen d6.
What's his? Sorry.
So many pieces hanging. It's confusing. Yeah, but maybe we can.
For me.
Maybe queen d5 last move.
This is a good bailout here.
Stealing from Judit's idea. If we take everything, then rook c2 comes.
Yeah. This is good. Correct.
Ding. About to move. He takes.
Wow.
He's not messing around.
So
FE.
Yeah.
And move 40 is done. Rajabov got the extra 60 minutes on his clock.
Must be nice. But his position still tenable.
Yeah, it's come at a heavy price. I mean, at the very minimum, similar to the last line, we can take on d4, put a knight on f5. Probably don't want to rush this.
This looks massive, no?
Bishop c5.
There's
Bishop
always
c5,
now bishop
maybe.
c5, and there's counterplay. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe no need to rush with taking.
Can we?
Let's rook c1.
Yeah, but that's
okay. So if we don't take on d4, like g5 is a bit of a threat, though. Maybe. Queen a8 or queen. Oh, but knight takes e6.
Knight e6.
surprisingly murky. No, it feels like black should make two good moves and white collapses, but where are these two moves? Let's try this again. Bishop takes. We said bishop takes. Yeah, now this knight doesn't do anything.
I'm not sure we are so good anymore.
Ding, show us.
Yeah, it's really not easy anymore. Can't move the black queen.
Ding still has to make a move. Rajabov made the time control, but Ding still needs to make his 40th move, so he has to do it within the next 3 minutes. There has to be some good move here.
Process of elimination. We can't move the queen because e6 falls. Knight
Could go
g5 is a
here.
threat.
Not sure it's pretty good, but it's legal.
And then just allowing this knight f5 tactic all the time, but knight g5.
Yeah, we should be having queen d5. That would be
exactly.
That would be definitely the best, but somehow it doesn't work. If queen d7, what do you do?
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
But knight
Knight f5.
But maybe knight takes f5 there.
Queen d3. Knight f2. Sorry,
Knight f2. Rook takes f2.
Okay. So
That's
queen d3.
I'm sorry. I'm learning from you, you guys, or the mates.
Okay, so knight f5, queen d3.
Knight e. What's the piece count? Yeah, this is too many pieces.
I would take on g6, you know?
You don't want to grind out an endgame, you want to be a queen up.
No,
That might be a small improvement, yeah.
Yeah.
Backwards queen moves are very tough. I would hope.
But rook d3, knight f2 in any case.
Yes. So this does work. Knight g5, knight f5. Although e6 is hanging there, right? Knight f5, knight g takes. Yeah, g takes e6.
Queen d5.
Queen d.
Queen f3 or what?
Actually, knight takes d4 is probably.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Simply knight d4. Sorry.
Yeah, there's too many knights in this position.
Yeah, the king, after all, is not well placed on h3.
Okay. Ding, down to a minute. Ding, we need a move.
Yeah, queen d7 looks very logical.
Maybe queen a8, then you can take, yeah? Knight f2 takes.
Knight g5.
Attack.
Not that one, sorry.
Yeah, this looks slightly shaky.
I mean, at least black is kicking. White is kicking.
Yeah. 20 seconds for Ding. He needs to make a move. Does he know he needs to make a move? Probably does. 15. There he goes. G6 plate.
Oh, that's
an ugly move.
Wow.
Wrong.
Yeah. And he's also not thrilled about it. Looked like he panicked a little bit when the seconds were ticking down there.
Yeah.
Let me just
hand on his head now.
Let me just very quickly check what the computer had to say after FE5. Oh, it says bishop d4, the only way to be better.
Wow.
Bishop d4.
What we started with.
If bishop takes, then knight to f5, bishop c5, queen c6.
This is not obvious that the black king can hide on g6.
King runs here. Okay, that's tough.
Yeah, it's not the most obvious idea to make the hole on g5 and then allow white queen to go to d8.
No.
That's tricky because the first two moves there are supernatural, right? I mean, they're pretty straightforward, but yeah, queen c6.
Okay, could also have gone here. Maybe that's, I don't know. It's always feels natural when you're reading out the computer moves, but here knight f5 is also the only move here, so it doesn't help.
Not easy.
Okay, so bishop takes d4 was the only way to be better after our queen d7. No, it's equal. Knight g5, knight f5, and queen f3. Oof.
Oof.
Also not obvious.
No, but now very different kind of tactics are appeared from white side after e5. Queen f3 and on the diagonal there. So
no, we could also look after e5. Yeah, f5 also says it's winning. That felt more human somehow, no? Keeping the diagonal close, at least if we have to give the square.
Feels more practical for sure. No real risk anymore for black.
Anyway, g6, knight to g5 is on the board. Computer now says it's equal. I'll switch it off again.
No, but now it's incredible because even Ding can get in danger if he's not paying attention. I mean, it's not only a one-way ticket, I think.
No. It's just a mess now.
And this was move 41, and Radjabov immediately played knight g5.
It's also surprising, no? It looks like the position after g6 where you would want to think for a second.
Yeah.
So knight g5 also gives the e5 pawn, like, strange time management.
That's bizarre, yeah.
And by the way, isn't it losing bishop d4 and queen c6?
I've seen the 0-0, so my guess is no, but we can try to figure out why.
Will white have to defend some endgame after queen f3?
Queen f3. Okay, but after queen f3, it's...
Well, how about queen f1? Knight f5. And move the bishop.
And you start being nasty there.
Let's counterplay.
Yeah, it's definitely 3-result position now.
That's very disappointing for Ding, given the level of control he had.
But why?
Even before he went for this f6.
I go to c3.
Is this not mate?
Check and bishop f8. Oh. Oi.
Three attackers. But for Radjabov to play this immediately, knight g5, having worked out some of these lines, maybe this
might be a good move, but yeah, it's very strange.
Probably
after he spent all this time. Oof. No, but Ding just doesn't feel like himself, does he? Like, okay, it's easy to criticize, but that position he had, and then f6, fe5, g6 with 10 seconds on the clock. Huh.
Yeah.
Now he's back to thinking.
No surprise. In
Yeah.
the last 5 moves, it didn't go into the good direction from him.
Oh, if we look at, he had this position, which just looks like you torture for free without any counterplay forever, no? And now it's just a total mess where his king is almost as weak as the white king.
Well, I think they are similarly in danger. Maybe black should be going away with his king, but where?
Put the king on on a8 or a7.
No, and knight is
Long
on
trip.
G5.
Yeah.
So knight on G5 already, right?
Sorry, yep.
If we start with queen a8, queen f1 is always the answer.
How does this go? Knight f5. Maybe not threatening anything.
Probably just take it, no?
On f5 or on e6?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it doesn't look easy at all.
How can black discover any checkmate kind of things now? It is so well defended. Can't I take knight takes e6?
Guess so.
Falling apart now for black.
Yep.
It's the momentum thing as well that's going to be hard for Ding now, just calculating and the frustration.
But if you think about it, if we go back, let's say move 32. I mean, let's say we go back somewhere here. He had a better position, and even in a few moves later, move 35. Move 35. He had clearly, he went to rook c4, that was the...
Yeah, okay, we can say here, move
So
36.
here, he had extra 10 or 15 minutes. He has a beautiful position, and he got confused how it is possible to improve the position. I mean, it's just a very bad form of Ding.
Yeah, I agree. Although what he did maybe was fine, yeah, but then he didn't find one of the two knockouts here, this bishop d4, which was incredibly tough.
But g6 is a desperation.
Yeah, g6 is set. And also still f5, I really like better.
Now, what he needed was that position after white plays e5. He needed that after move 40, where he can sit and he has an hour to mull things over.
Okay, he had 15 minutes, no? Like he's world class in all these rapid games. With 15 minutes, he can make a lot of stuff happen.
True, true. Yeah, we could be here for a while now. So knight g5. Have we even found a way for black to be equal?
Try.
Okay,
First,
so
let's be stupid.
Queen
Get
e6
this.
or queen e4.
No. I can already see Judit getting ready to take my knight and go knight e7 and take all my pieces.
I mean, taking on e5 with the b2 bishop and opening up the position. Oh,
I understand, but it's a pawn.
I understand. Queen e5. Ah, sorry. I was already rook d4, queen e5.
Yeah.
No, probably it's not good because takes and knight c6.
Knight c6, queen f6.
E5.
Check.
Oh, knight e6.
Finally, an active move.
I'll pretend I saw that. Knight e6.
Part of the plan. Nice.
That's not bad.
No, all of a sudden, it's very much playing for 3 results, all these lines. They might work, but they no longer feel safe. No, you just have to
Yeah,
calculate
absolutely.
move by
It's
move.
already, the game is for 3 results.
Yeah, but knight takes e5 just looks suicidal somehow, so he won't be looking there yet. Or for too long.
But what looks common sense? This knight is annoying. If we take it,
Actually, this is what I want also, just to get rid of this knight. Bishop c5.
I was hoping I threatened something, but I don't yet. H1, H2, no.
Yeah, this g6 square as well. That was the only safe haven for the black king in this other winning line. And now,
Well, maybe you can go there. Rook h1, king g2, rook h2. Takes a knight f5.
Who's better and why?
Ask easier.
I take c6 doesn't quite work, I think.
Maybe 4 I was thinking, but yeah. Feels like it should end in a perpetual somehow.
Feels like white's
Either
okay.
side. Yeah.
The black queen is just too locked down.
Well, if the game Rapport, Fabiano Rapport ended in a draw, then every game should end in a draw.
Yeah. They had a chance to make history with 3 games ending my, I guess, move repetition quickly. Ding, all he had to do was keep going back and forth here. But he refused.
Yeah, and my predictions were very wrong today. I thought there'd be a few white wins. Black's been the one on top in a couple of games at least now. Yeah, I mean, that last variation is the closest we've come to keeping the balance for either side. Ding, yeah, nightmare.
Poor thing. He had such a position, my God.
Also, at some point, he has to start asking himself, what position do I need to win a game? I'm the world number 2. He was winning against Rapport. He had to calculate queen takes d8, which wasn't easy, but it's basically game over. Then, yeah, he had a good position, not winning, but a good position against Nepomniachtchi, where he gets completely crushed. Now, today he has this. Just doesn't look like the thing.
Yeah, usually you can't afford throwing out points like that.
No. You can also tell he's uncomfortable. No? Now he has to calculate all these messy lines where his king is just as shaky as the white king. Oof.
Well, to start with, how do you get into focus again, knowing what kind of position you had? It's already the first problem. How to put yourself into concentration and say, okay, now I have to calculate. And I start calculating and I say, I can be in danger also.
Yeah.
Which was not the case 6 moves ago.
It can be a vicious circle. No, even if you force yourself to calculate, then you realize I can be in danger. And then you go back to kicking yourself for the great position you had earlier. I've been there. Do you have any advice for how to only play move by move and not reminisce about the missed chances during the game?
Well, I think we were all in such a situation, but it's very frustrating. And I think especially when you play in an important tournament, it's already round 5. So you have things on your will, like you did already some things which you're regretting, you're blaming yourself, you don't understand why it's happening with you, right? And somehow you want to get out. I mean, you had a free day, so after the free day, okay, let's have new energy, new tournament. I forget all the mistakes I did, all the blackouts, blunders, whatever. and then you play game 4, and again, it does not work on your way. And then, okay, finally, number 5, I'm going to be fighting. I get the good position, right? I get the position, which is a dream with black in this system. You can't dream of more than that. And then you end up in such a situation. Well, it is one of the most generally in one of the most difficult mentally to handle such a situation. So I was doing like, okay, calm down, forget about what has happened, and then let's start to focus on the position. But it's much more easier than doing it, of course.
Yeah, he could easily eat away half of his extra hour now, just getting out of his own head.
Yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was also, maybe, I'm not sure if it was on purpose, but it's nice for Rajabov. He just blitzed out his 31st move. So he decided, I'm not going to sit there for half an hour, calculate. I just blitz out a move and have Ding do the sitting there calculating, which seems like it's working nicely. He gets a little break, and poor Ding just has to keep thinking.
Yes, to make fast moves in certain situations, it is very helpful, and it can really disturb the opponent very heavily.
Because you almost feel like it's your right. No, it's move 41. I deserve a little break. Maybe get some fresh air, clear my head, and then your opponent blitzes out a move.
Yes.
And you just don't get your break.
Yes, exactly. Because in such a situation, of course, after move 40, you would be just leaving your board, go to the bathroom, wash your face, whatever you want. And actually, I think even after knight g5, Rajabov played, he should have gone out and just to stand up, go to the bathroom, or just make a round in the playing hall for 3 minutes, because so many things happened and so many negative things happened in the last few moves, which obviously he understood already when he played g6, because he was already panicking, having few seconds on his clock. Even in such a cases, I would stand up and go away. But I started to understand this much later in my career, that just go away. Everybody sees what happens. You cannot deny it. I mean, it's obvious to all that you screwed it up, right? And
is that allowed though, when it's your move and you see what your opponent
never dares
has
to leave
played?
the board when it's my move.
Yeah. Well, at least leave the room when you've seen what your opponent has played. I'm not sure there used to be a rule against it, I think.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, that would be ideal.
The trick probably is to make you move 40 and then just run away, because then you're already gone. And even if your opponent blitzes quickly.
Yeah, he needs that distance now from the position just for a few minutes. But
yeah, actually, he could have gone away because Rajabov was spending a minute. So probably he left the board and he came back and immediately he made his move.
Speaking of going away, I'll go say goodnight to my kids, or my son at least. He's going to bed now. What a life to go to sleep at 7:30. I'll be back. See you guys.
See you soon.
But hang on, I'm in control of the chessboard, so maybe it's not such a smart idea.
It's okay, don't worry, because I think we can. I'm not
We'll
sure.
talk about life.
I don't think the move will be.
Expecting any moves yet? Okay, I'll be back soon. So an auto update.
Yeah.
Well, it is psychologically a huge catastrophe in your brain when something like this happens.
How have you recovered, Judit, in the past when you start a tournament kind of poorly and you just can't get in the rhythm? I mean, is there any way? I mean, I've done this and I just go through tournaments these days.
Well, you know, it's strange because, well, I had very few tournaments where I was thinking after every 2-3 rounds that, okay, now I can pull myself together and I'm going to play well. I'm going to have better openings. If it's equal position, I'm not going to ruin it. New energy. So some tournaments, you go all the way until the very end. And when it's very unfortunate, it's like Vacanze or something with 13, 14 rounds in tournament. And then after a while, you just pray that it should be over. And then you just count down that how many more painful rounds going to be. But I had, for example, once I think I played in Dortmund and I played badly the first 2 rounds. And after that, I decided, okay, I cannot do worse than this. And I went down to the swimming pool in the evening, like it was 9 p.m. or something, after the second round or third. And next day I started to play normally. I don't remember if I won, but I was kind of happy. And then every day I went down after the game to the swimming pool.
So a change of routine. That's the trick.
Change of routine definitely helps, especially if it's a nice routine, something healthy.
Yeah, swimming pool is always a bonus, I guess. Yeah, that's why, I mean, we mentioned it before, but that's why it's going to be so difficult for Ding to break his routine all alone in Madrid. I mean, yeah, not really there with a team.
For me, for example, it was always a help that I was practically traveling always with someone. For
with
many
coaches, family.
Yeah, for many years I was traveling together with my sisters and the family, playing in different kind of groups of the different event. I mean, the event had different groups, let's say. After that, when I started to become better than my sisters, then I was traveling with my mom mostly, sometimes with my father, and later on with my husband. But it was always very important that something like this happens, you still have someone who supports you emotionally and says, okay, it's not the end of the world, you're going to do better than today. And okay, let's go to eat something or whatever, trying to distract you from the topic, right? That you're not thinking on chess. But and okay, my parents and my husband, they are not chess players. They can ask questions though. Why did you do this? And why did you do that? But I was not able to discuss them more than 3 minutes. Okay, I was nice. I was explaining why I played badly, where I made the mistake. But after that, there was no further discussion about that. And then we were talking about other things which takes your brain away. So that's kind of very important.
Yeah, 3 minutes is long enough for a post-mortem in any chess game, I find.
Well, not necessarily, I think. I mean, obviously, I was always, after the game, I go to my room, or I went to my room, I was entering the game, the basic comments, which was after the game, the post-mortem with my opponent. So I just either set it up in the computer, or I was even handwriting. I have my notes. I was writing down. Well, that was a teenager time.
Fair enough. The Dear Diary. No, but even after difficult defeats, though, I mean, that takes discipline, right? That takes, or difficult
but
games.
I was doing it.
Yeah, wow.
I was doing it. Though I have some tournaments where I played badly and then my notes were shorter and shorter. But still, I had this routine that I was writing down the game with notes, just the impressions, what I had during the game. And it was something good to give it out from myself.
I mean, with that in mind, I mean, I was just thinking the Chinese Federation, they went to so much trouble to get Ding in the candidates. They organized these tournaments for him, these 28 games to kind of become an active player again. Surely the Chinese Federation should be seeing this and thinking, oh, they need to send some support for him. They need somehow to get someone out there or get someone for him to talk to.
You're right. I mean, it was, first of all, it was an incredible opportunity for Ding, but we don't know exactly what happened in his career and with him as a person since the last candidates. He had such a bad experience there, traveling to Russia, then they, with all this COVID story, measurement, daily testing, he was isolated. I mean, he was alone there also, I think. So it must be such a frustration. I mean, last time after the first round, after 7 rounds, there was more than a year break, right? Mm-hmm. So to go back and play a tournament where you know that you don't know what you're doing there, right? You go there to play only because you're a sportive player and you don't want to destroy the whole tournament for others. You're just assisting for some other people to qualify and be the challenger of the World Championship. So already that was, I think, such an awful experience for Ding. And then we see what happened And I don't understand really why he could not play on tournaments. I didn't understand exactly.
Yeah, I think it's just China in general. I mean, it's with other sports as well. They just they're so strict with their COVID measures. They're reluctant to let anyone out the country or back in.
But maybe he could have gone to live in another country for some time, or he didn't have that option.
Yeah, maybe
it's a good one.
Yeah,
but
I think it's difficult for the Chinese to do that. I mean, it's just breaking with tradition. They'll be abandoning their friends, family. I don't know. I mean, the second half of the candidates as well. I mean, you mentioned it must have been depressing for him to even go along again back to Russia and play last time, but it took the pressure off, and I think he was the top scorer in the second half of the event.
Yeah, okay, but you know that. But you know that whatever happens, you're not going to take home the things what you were dreaming of, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You're just playing because you have great fans and supporters, but otherwise you're not there for. It's like you go to a normal tournament, and they never write you a score. You just play a game without score.
That's like here in Norway. I think up until 12 years old, in any sports events, they don't keep score. Teams might win by 100 goals, but it's still a draw.
Okay, that's it. I heard it, and that's another story, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, when you're number 2 in the world and you're playing the candidates, and then you know that you have to play your games without any reward.
Easy.
It must be very, very difficult.
And meanwhile, he has made a move. He's played bishop takes d4, but yeah, we'll wait for Jan to come back before we analyze.
I'm here.
There we go.
He's just listening our topic.
Looks like I missed a fun debate. I only heard not keeping score, but pretty sure Ding has been keeping score and unhappy about it.
So yeah, back to his move again. What we discussed rook c1 here. We discussed knight f5 briefly. Difficult.
This we looked at earlier. No, we had some random line, bishop c5, some checks, queen c6 check here,
knight f3.
Just trying to be safe.
Yeah. King g1.
He's played a move. In the meantime, he gave a check on a8.
No, actually, maybe black is doing.
Oh no, it's not a check. Sorry.
Not a check, but threatening with a checkmate. Actually, after knight f3, rook d4 would win, right?
Oh, nice. And if queen f1, we were thinking to defend and attack, threatening queen f7 check.
Queen f1, knight f5, bishop b6, rook c3.
Oh.
Wow.
I love the knights. Maybe some people still don't know that my favorite piece is the knight.
I think I remember reading that when I was
the unexpected piece of the chess army.
Okay, so maybe this is clever. If after knight f5, does white have to find something special here?
Because we were looking this with queen on c6, and after queen on c6, we were looking bishop c5. And then it didn't work in rook c3 because of check and bishop f8. But queen a8 is a smart place.
And knight takes e6 might run into queen c8. Or just lining up.
Yeah, this looks too much, no?
Yep.
So we're switching back to Team Ding after queen a8.
Well, he's definitely playing for a win still, I think.
Sure. Let me play the prettiest move in the position, bishop g1.
Wow, that's another level of creativity.
I don't know.
Queen h1.
Rook h2, queen h2.
Rook h.
Yeah, but I was going bishop.
But you wanted bishop h2.
Rook d4 doesn't quite work.
Yeah, I was looking at
So close.
Queen f1, rook g2, and no more.
It's covered. Yeah. Okay, so big threat for white, queen d8.
Okay, so knight.
Wow. Yeah, no good way to stop that threat.
Even here, rook d4 is so close, but unfortunately the same.
At least here, queen d8. I mean, it's a threat, but it's not a winning threat. So do we have?
So what if rook goes back to c8?
Immediately, or you give a check first?
I don't know. Maybe I give a check first.
Queen f3 played in the meantime. Rachabov not in the mood for bishop adventures. It's probably a more sensible choice.
Okay, it's going to be taken.
Take, knight takes.
So it's not so simple because if you want to close the d5 with knight d5, then knight g5 and e6.
We need one more knight. One for f5, one for d5.
You're not greedy, are you?
That'd be nice.
Having these kind of knights, two of them, you need a third one too.
You need a light squared bishop on d5 or somewhere.
Also nice, yeah. But a knight would suffice. So here, back.
Rook c6.
I can't really threaten anything. It's like,
no, bishop c5.
now we could swap, yeah? Like,
yeah.
Whatever. Rachabov back at the board. Looks quite composed, probably happy to be dodging that bullet today.
Do we have to close the d file and put the knight on d5? Maybe on f5 this time?
Knight takes. Knight f5, bishop c5 again.
I was hoping for rook c3, but maybe just can we
check?
Yeah.
Isn't this some mating problem?
Yeah, probably just a draw.
I thought about perpetual.
What about bishop f8?
Bishop f8 as well.
Not that many squares.
Well, okay, king g8.
King g8.
Barely, yeah.
And probably it's only a draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Rachabov, he's very quickly calculated everything. Looks like he's holding.
It's incredible how weak the black king side, the king area became.
That's self-inflicted. He had pawns here and here. They moved.
Incredible. What about knight c6?
Yeah, I was also wondering. That doesn't look like it's a winning attempt either. No? Maybe you can just go back.
Maybe also just bishop c5, right?
Yeah.
Oh, bishop c5, rook c3.
I guess this is fine now.
Yeah, rook d6 as well coming. Yeah. Sometimes.
No, generally the knight belongs to d5, right?
One of them.
But knight g5 is a concrete problem.
No, maybe it's just logical
Rook
play.
c1.
Rook c6.
Rook c1.
Going for checkmate.
Only a rook.
Let's try to defend. Nah, it's not enough.
No.
Knight c6 played, giving Rachabov a choice. This looks quite safe, doesn't it? I don't see anything for black to do.
But if you go bishop c5, it's dangerous. Maybe knight c5, rook c3 also possible. But maybe rook c3, rook d6.
Okay.
Yeah. There's always bishop g1 ideas to stop any checkmates on h2 later.
No, he's not going to lose this.
Who is going to lose this?
Nobody. Nobody's my prediction.
4 draws.
So it's going to be 4 draws today.
Again.
Yeah.
We had 4 draws in round 3, was it? Yeah. 3 draws yesterday. Can't complain about the level of action, but only 1 decisive game out of the last 12.
So many missed chances as well for some of the players.
No, Hikaru today. That
was painful.
will be the big one. Like, it's not.
Yeah, I was away for the critical moments. I mean, I heard there was a strong move, but I didn't.
Yeah, knight h4.
Knight h4, far from obvious, but it more or less wins the game. It's just no defense.
Okay, bishop. No good squares for the bishop.
Yeah, bishop anywhere than d5.
d5.
It's just
some discovered attack.
You can't go knight d4 to rook e4.
Yeah, t2, whatever it was, it just collapses.
Yeah, just one move. Yeah. Did he have any chances afterwards, Nakamura?
Yeah, I think it was still much better. But
looks beautiful for white somehow. But...
Well, this knight d4 looked like the main move. He allowed the queen to get back, and now it was already not so much. Magnus was very critical, or I think it was critical of this knight a5, knight b6.
But I think it was complete misunderstanding. Going from knight from f3 to d4 is kind of okay. But to make this maneuver, knight b3, knight a5, knight c6, he was losing too much tempies.
Yeah. Also, the knight wasn't doing that much there. No, these squares are covered, became a target.
And knight on g6, it was just fine.
Yeah. And here, they repeated moves. Computer still says white is better, but you could see Hikaru was done with the game. Like.
And it was interesting that Magnus said that obviously he would just go queen g5.
Especially after Hikaru repeated twice and was down to 5 minutes, he said. Be a shark.
Yeah, I also the best listening move, again.
Like.
I think he said even before. And the first time it was a repetition.
Yeah.
Because here with bishop c3, then Hikaru could have claimed a 3 repetition.
I still can't count, but yeah, I think that's correct.
He could claim, but he played, and then queen g5 would have been possible.
Yeah, he didn't claim here, but Nepomniachtchi did instantly, was happy with the draw.
But I think after queen g5, I mean, Hikaru would have been psychologically in a very difficult position. And probably the position is no big deal. It's not something that I think it's very easy to go wrong with white.
Yeah, just looking at it, it's unclear who's better and why now.
It's just like the Ding game. It's all about momentum, right? Just 1 or 2 moves going wrong, and then you feel it when you're a player.
Yeah, but this is what I said to Magnus, that well, maybe it's not by chance that he's the world champion. He would go queen g5, having +2 after 4 rounds, right?
Yeah. I mean, he would be, even if he knew queen g5 gave him her bad position, if he thought white's path was difficult, he would still take the risk, right?
Yeah, because Nakamura thought, well, okay, I ruined my position. Okay, I give it a draw to you. I make repetition. Okay. And then, you know, when you get queen g5 in such a situation, move 34, you have only 5 minutes on your clock. And it's a very complicated game.
This is huge for the standings. Nakamura would have been in the joint lead if he'd won.
Yep.
Yeah, he would have caught up. Wow.
Yeah, then it would be very, very open for everybody. Well, of course, it still is. I mean, it's still only 5 rounds, right? This is the fifth round only.
Still 9 rounds to go with only 1 point being between most of the field. But every game matters. The other game, Caruana versus Rapport, was, very complicated position. Caruana twice failed to castle properly, went rook f1 first, and then later on, another chance, went rook d1. And
Nick would be proud.
The computer and Magnus pointed out that castles are now going for f5. Black has a better position. But what Richard did, it feels so logical. No, this queen a5 move. And Fabi bailed out very nicely here, to his credit, with this idea, which I think Judit also spotted, king f2 and knight e2. And there was nothing more than the draw.
Wow. Chaos. Draw doesn't do it.
Very nice draw. So far is the nicest draw, we can say, I think.
Every draw is nice.
Well, on this, I would maybe fight on this and open a debate on that.
Ding will disagree.
Ding might have to agree today, but he won't be thrilled here. Bishop c5 played by Rajabov after some thought. If this pawn gets taken, guess we take rook d6 here.
Or rook e2.
King f7.
Rook e2 maybe?
Rook e2 is more precise.
Knight g4.
I think we can take on e6 because rook c2, there's always bishop g1.
Yes. And actually white is better.
Yes. Probably still a draw, but
well,
chasing the bishop.
King g2.
Okay,
king f3.
Okay, now white is
king f4.
Definitely better.
I didn't help our position, did I?
Yeah, bishop. Who's dominating who? The bishop dominating the knight, or vice versa?
Distance 4, bishop always dominates. Those are the rules.
Even the worst bishops, as good as the best knight. Yeah.
For sure.
You know what? Maybe king f7 and knight e5.
Bishop d4.
Knight g4.
Draw.
I like it.
Yeah, and I guess if not knight takes e5 in the current position, then rook c3, rook d6 is what we were mentioning.
Or knight g5 also worked now?
Ah, knight g5, yeah. Knight g5 is black not winning a pawn. Sorry.
Oh.
Knight g takes e5.
Take.
Am I going to get mated and take on a3? Oh, sorry, rook takes a3.
Maybe.
Feels a bit shaky, but
we have a pawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Small gains.
Okay, then let's force it. Yeah, this is just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, rook d6. Nice move.
But before, if we go back to knight e5, takes rook e2, then what about knight d3?
Rook e6.
King f7. Or not king f7, knight c5 first, and then king f7.
Takes a6.
Just a draw, yeah?
Rook c3.
Thank you.
Let's analyze
rook takes
further,
b5.
I help you out.
It's that time of day we're analyzing rooking games again. Symmetrical rooking games. Yeah, it looks like Rajabov has seen it all.
Well, white has such an activity, right? All his pieces are active. So it's no surprise that it's a draw in every way.
We're not so far away. This is only 10 moves away.
What happens if takes on e5, knight
Sorry, takes.
Takes, rook e2. If knight f3, you go king g2. Okay.
You wanted rook takes e6,
Yeah,
g5.
Tricky thing, rook c2, but g4 you have.
Yeah, maybe g5 for black instead of. But rook e8 check maybe.
Sneaky. Yeah, still getting out.
Yeah, just trying to close some net, but the white king
Or
probably
king
isn't
g2
mated
can
anyway.
also run, yeah.
Yeah. Close, but not close enough. And knight takes e5 is on the board.
Knight c5, he allows a check. Probably doesn't matter. Still why allowed?
It is a bit strange. King, do we have to get it? Oof.
I guess king g7 is okay, but self-pinning, never that fun.
King g7, bishop d.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, not sure. I'm a big fan of this. With king f5, rook f8, yeah, it's not even clear where I'm running.
Wow, that's, yeah, so unnecessary, but
yeah, it's very dumb, but doesn't seem to lose, apparently.
But it's very strange that he went into this line, isn't it?
Maybe he's trying to provoke this to keep winning chances, but it does feel strange.
By the way, what happens if knight g5?
Directly. Worst case scenario, we go back.
How big of a threat is rook d8? It is mate, right? Or no?
So where do you go?
Something.
Check on d8.
King g7.
Maybe he just wants to run out, like, don't deal with all the nonsense.
I take knight f4. Okay.
Both sides very active.
Yeah.
Okay, but Rajabov will just take on e5.
Also, you could just take and go rook d6, yeah, not to be confused by this.
Or take on rook e2. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I keep saying rook d6, but yeah.
What?
Yeah, I mean, that's forcing.
Oh, the pigeons are back on my balcony.
Oof. I thought you moved all the eggs.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. There's a lot of movement out there. That'll be my summer gone now. Just a battle, eternal battle.
These pigeons. How's the weather in Oslo? We've reached the weather portion of the of the show.
Yeah, it's pretty warm. Even I went swimming the other day. I think even the water was 17 degrees.
But these Norwegians, they consider like 12 degrees water. It's perfectly fine to go swimming outside. No, they're tough.
2 degrees and they're just dipping every morning. It does wake you up. I'd never done it before.
How are things in Budapest, Judit?
It's very warm. It's like 30 degrees or something.
Oh, wow. The Chess Olympiad will be in Budapest, no, in 2024?
Sorry?
The next Chess Olympiad is in Budapest, no? In
Yes.
2024.
Well, the next one is in India.
I understand. The one after
We
India.
meet, yeah.
Will
Are you
be
going to be there, David?
in India?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which board?
I don't know. England normally do a bit of they toss a coin the night before.
Lottery at the end. Who plays on which board?
Yeah, I think it will be most likely 3, but it could be anything 2 to 4.
Do you like Olympiads?
I love Olympiads, but 3 times I've come 4th on my board, so I always miss a medal.
Oh,
yeah, I can never seem to get a medal there, and I don't know. England have done okay lately, but yeah, it's tough. Too many good teams. Do you miss playing in them, or you enjoy captaining now?
No, actually, I retired from competitive chess for such a long time, like 7 years already. That I mean, I still remember how it was, but I do so many other stuff, things that no. But it will be nice to be the commentator there, and so many friends, and I think in India somehow they got it by chance, right? Because of the war going on, and it couldn't be organized in Russia. So it's like 2 months. I mean, they really have very little time, but I feel so much positive energy into the organization that I'm very curiously looking forward to the event. And yeah, 2 years later, we are going to have in Budapest, which is also quite special for me.
The one thing about the Olympiad in India this year is that the visas, I don't know about you guys, but the visas, it's been a nightmare.
Can you apply online, or how does it work for
I had to
British
go to
people these days?
I had to go to the Indian embassy here in Oslo, but they're keeping my passport now for about 3 to 4 weeks apparently, and I had to cancel some travel plans. Not ideal.
Oh.
I think I can do it all online. Online, we just got these invitations and all the paperwork, but yeah, it's a lot of paperwork to
But
be
isn't
done.
it the problem for you that you're from England and you live in Oslo?
Yeah. Also, Brexit wasn't exactly the most helpful thing in the world.
Well, yeah.
It'll be fine. Hopefully, we'll.
But normally, I think
do
visa
that.
should be okay. I was in India in first part of the year, like in February, and I had very easy to get my visa. And I think it's okay.
No, I mean, it's going to be so exciting.
Though it's
I mean,
going to be very hot, I think.
Yeah, a lot will depend on the heat, the food. I know that's why.
I like Indian food, but of course, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, I think they cook them hotter in India, spicier than they do, or than what I'm used to at least.
I'm very much looking forward to it. I think we'll be all right there. And also, chess-wise, it's interesting for teams like England, Hungary, Germany, that a lot of the super big dogs, they aren't there, right? Obviously, there's no Russia, there's no China from what I hear. France is playing without Alireza and Maxime. So the field after the USA, who have the super team, it's kind of wide open, no?
Yeah. Well, I hope it is, at least. I'm so glad as well that Kramnik's retired. I always lose to him at Olympiads. That's my thing. But
you had to wait to get your medal till Vladi finally retired.
I know. There was one time I was really unwell, but our reserve player didn't want to play against Russia.
Oh.
So I had to step in, and in the end, my performance rating was 1 point below Kramnik's in that tournament. So he got the medal.
Oh.
Not that I'm bitter or anything. Not that I still bear.
So which boards are you playing usually? You're switching from 2 to 4 or something?
Yeah, I think Olympiads I've always been board 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
But last year at the European team, I played on 4, and it was a bit of a disaster.
Mm.
My instruction was you got to win every game, and I think I had 6 blacks, 7 blacks out of 9. So it wasn't easy.
That's tough double instructions. You get black every game, and you have to win every one of them. It's rough captaining. But also, we have to continue questioning your story. If you're always board 2 till 4, why is Kramnik always on your board? Wasn't he board 1 normally?
Yeah, in 2016 he was board 3, and I think there was another time he was board 2. I think they mix it up sometimes. Karyakin was playing board 1 for a while.
Well, so no Karyakin, no Kramnik, so there is no way you can avoid the board medal.
I'll find a way to avoid it. I'll find it.
Looking forward to congratulate you with that live in India.
Hopefully you get to if you commentate on my games, Judit, it means that I'm up. That England are up there on the high boards. So
yeah,
we'll try.
You're always playing on the high boards, like in the top 10, 15. Generally, you're always there.
Yeah, we'll probably lose to Germany with Jan captaining them.
I'll do an expert job bringing so much coffee at some point. You guys will just collapse. Who's playing for England? It's Michael Adams, Gawain Jones, you. Who else you got?
Luke McShane.
Luke is there, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then our board 5 will be Ravi Harrier, a youngish player.
But
Young by
youngish in
standards.
English chess means like 27 or something.
I think he's 23, 24. Meanwhile, this game is about to end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they are going to exchange the b5 and a3, and then they can agree to a draw.
I think they're quite good at playing rook a5, rook c3 here quickly. Or rook b6. It's not obvious. Probably rook b6. Now they're just done, yeah? Not wasting more time.
There we go. We have a result.
So 4 draws. Sorry, go ahead.
No, 4 draws today. A lot of excitement. And I wanted, what did I say? I said 4 decisive games, right? That was my prediction. Not exactly.
No, but of course, draw is at this level always the most likely result. So if we want to win at predictions, you could predict a draw every game, but that's not exactly the point of the game either. It was so exciting, though, given that we had 4 draws. We had Fabi not getting anywhere with white against Rapport. Au contraire, he was in some amount of trouble. And Hikaru missing at least one clear winning chance against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's gonna sting for Hikaru. But the field remains pretty close together. We don't have anybody with worse than -1. And Jan Nepomniachtchi in the sole lead on +2. Anything could still happen. What do we have tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? Yeah, it's tomorrow, round 6.
Well, tomorrow, again, some very fun things we are going to have. Because we have the pairing of Rajabov Rapport. What do you think about that game?
I predict a draw.
Oh, Jan, we can't believe that you predicted that. Then we have another fire on the board, Firuza against Caruana.
That's a big one.
That will be a tough one.
Firuza is going to go all out in that one, for sure.
And also quite interesting, Nakamura Ding. I think we have this mess with the colors because of the same country, because now Nakamura will repeat it with white, and also Firuza is going to be playing with white.
Yeah, they both started with 3 blacks out of 4, so it's fair they get some whites along the way.
Rajabov repeating whites as well.
Right.
Yeah, interesting.
And then Nepo Duda.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some very exciting things happening tomorrow before another free day.
What are you looking forward to most, the games or the free day?
Oh, I like the games. Especially when we get such an entertainment. And today even we had Magnus visiting our stream. So it was great fun.
Yeah. It's been highly entertaining once again. Thank you, everybody, for watching the show. We'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. Thank you so much, Judit and David. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cheers, everyone. Cheers.
Hi everybody, and welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.